Where are we? Okay. Excellent. Okay, I guess we can start. I'm Anthony Cohn. I am one of the co-chairs of the Community Board 8 Zoning and Development Committee, and I welcome you, along with my co-chairs, Elizabeth Ashby and Sharon Pope Marshall, who are both here, can wave their arms or not. And tonight is going to be, we have one item on the agenda tonight, which is the Northwell Lenox Hill Hospital expansion proposal. And we'd like to, we welcome them, and we'd like to sort of do this in the following way. We're going to have the presentation. Undoubtedly, there will be elements that are not completely clear to all of us. And that being the case, we'll then entertain questions of fact, sort of clarification questions, rather than people offering their opinions. And then when we've gone through all of those and we all understand, I hope as best we can, what Northwell is planning, we'll reopen the floor for things that are more like opinions. And sadly, we will be timing those just so that we can get all get into our pajamas sometime tonight. So with that, are the Northwell representatives here?
They are, but do you want Kevin to give everybody the instructions?
Oh, yeah,
on how
Kevin, if you could go through the, thank you, Will, the normal speech about Zoom here.
Sure. Welcome. If this is your first time joining us, everyone will remain muted throughout the meeting except for the committee co-chairs. That's Anthony, Elizabeth, and Sharon, and the presenters. Following the presentation, the co-chairs will call on members of the public wishing to speak. You can participate by going to the reactions icon, pressing raise hand, not the wave or thumbs up. Only press it once. If you press it a second time, your hand will go back down. If you are on the phone, it is *9 to raise hand and *6 to unmute. Be on the lookout for a prompt asking you to confirm unmuting once the co-chairs call on you. The chat is for technical support only, to help with Zoom software problems, not to ask questions of the co-chairs. They will not see the chats. If you have an older version of Zoom, you will need to go to the participants section where you will be able to find the raise hand feature there. Please do not raise your actual hand or wave at the screen because we may not be able to see you. Chat me or Will, we're here for support. Thank you.
Terrific, thank you.
You, Kevin.
Okay, so team appears to all be in the same location, only one screen to look at. And I presume you would like to share?
Yes.
Share the screen? Okay. Will, if you will, or Kevin, if you could.
Chairman Cohen, I just want to make sure, can you hear us okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, terrific. Thank you to all the chairs and to the Community Board 8 staff, particularly Will Brightville for helping us get here this evening and get on the agenda. We really appreciate the time and the opportunity. My name is John Flanagan. I serve as Senior Vice President for Government Affairs at Northwell Health. And I'm joined tonight by a number of my colleagues, but the ones who will be speaking most directly are Dr. Dan Baker, who is the Executive Director of Lenox Hill Hospital, and is in essence our executive lead on this project. Also joined by Tomas Rossant from Ennead Architects and by Melanie Myers from Free Frankens. Melanie is our land use counsel. Tomas is our architect on this project. So we are here tonight for a multitude of reasons, and I just want to go through quickly how we ended up getting here. We asked to the community board that we be allowed to appear, and we tried to time our appearance tonight for several specific reasons. Number one, the Department of City Planning has issued a scoping notice effective January 30th, 2023, and there will be a scoping meeting with City Planning this Thursday, March 2nd. And we were trying to have an opportunity to appear before the board so that we could share what our most updated plans are and have an opportunity for dialogue and to give and take with the community prior to going to the city planning hearing. And one of the primary reasons we asked for that opportunity is because, as we know, at the hearing on March 2nd, anyone can present. We will be presenting, the city will be presenting, but there's not really a dialogue. There's commentary from the public at some point. But this affords us the opportunity to listen perhaps more clearly and to hear what folks have to say and to answer pertinent questions from the board, from the chairs, from the public at large. And I will speak to some of the general components of this, hand it off to Dr. Baker, who will address a number of the clinical needs and why we're advancing this renovation and redevelopment. Tomas will speak to some of the design and the components related there too. And Melanie Myers is our land use counsel and will speak to the zoning issues and the issues like that that we will be bringing forward. We are fully cognizant that this is the first step in a very long process. We expect to be going through the certification process and expect to be certified sometime in the latter part of this year, and then work our way through to finality with EULA next year. But we are grateful to be here, and we have things that we want to share with the board. That said, I just want to talk about Northwell Health, but before I talk about Northwell with more particularity, in September, we appeared before the community board, and you granted us the opportunity to come and speak on our 3rd Avenue project. At that time, we expressed that we would be speaking only to 3rd Avenue out of respect to the people who live closest there too, and that we would be addressing Lenox on a separate occasion. That's exactly what we're doing tonight. We have worked to keep the community informed on 3rd Avenue. We have periodic updates that are going out, but for tonight, we want to limit our conversation and discussion to the components of Lenox Hill renovation and redevelopment. Now, with regard to Northwell, I want to make a couple of comments and then pass it off to Dr. Baker. Number one, I'm just going to say I'm proud to work at Northwell and to work with Michael Dowling and to be part of this team. Number two, very proud to be associated with my colleagues who are up here this evening. And if you look at Northwell, we are a very mission-based and mission-oriented team. And I should have learned to use the clicker. So we have Michael Dowling as our executive leader, and I believe he epitomizes what it means to be a leader, be a healthcare leader, and he is one of the driving forces and the major driving force behind the efforts that we're advancing tonight. When you look at Northwell, we talk about equity, we talk about access, we talk about mission, about health education. We are doing everything to educate our current professionals and our future professionals. And I can speak to a number of different components, but I'm going to speak to one thing in particular that epitomizes what I was saying. Today in the city, Michael Dowling sponsored a national gun violence prevention forum. It was extraordinary. It was extraordinary because it addresses issues that are real, that are poignant, that are timely, that are sometimes hard to discuss. But Northwell has been a leader and is one of many examples of how we are bringing our healthcare system forward, focusing on patient care, patient experience, and as Michael Dowling would say, planning for tomorrow by being the best today and planning for tomorrow so we can be even better. Now, that's one example. I could talk about maternal mortality. I could talk about women's health and a whole litany of other issues, but we'll have more time to discuss that. I'd like to pass it along to my colleague, Dr. Baker, and to speak to the components of the project. Dr. Baker.
Absolutely. So thank you, John. Very, very proud to be here. And as John said, I'm the executive director at Lenox Hill, and honored to be part of this and excited for what this will bring. I'm equally proud of the fact that I'm an emergency physician, and over the past 15 years have been delivering care in Lenox Hill in our emergency department to our community at large. Want to talk a little bit about Northwell in New York City as a whole before we get to Lenox Hill in particular. As you can see on the slide, we're a very large healthcare organization, particularly as a presence throughout the 5 boroughs. We have over 840,000 unique patients, which multiplies up to some 3 million patient visits. We have a substantial amount of our patients which are on governmental-based insurance programs, as you can see in the next graph. And then equally, our patients are very diverse, with 60% of them self-identifying as Black, Indigenous, and people of color. And when you counter that with what our team member and our workforce looks like, you can see that 40,000 of our team members actually live or work within New York City itself. 70% of them are female. And then 63% also self-identify as BIPOC, which allows us to have New Yorkers who look like New Yorkers taking care of New Yorkers. Taking a look at the entire boroughs, again, of New York City, you can see that this is not the only place that we're actually investing, both in capital infrastructure, as well as the programs and the services that we're providing to the patients that exist on every single aspect of the city. You can see the myriad of icons here that represent hospitals, ambulatory practices, our partnership practices, community partnerships, as well as the pictures which depict the myriad of different locations which are new builds offering new access to care. We're firm believers in pushing care out into the community, the entirety of New York City, as well as throughout Manhattan, while still creating these centers of interdisciplinary excellence. When we take a look at Lenox Hill specifically, we're very proud that we've been serving New York City for over 160 years. The Upper East Side has been our home for many, many, many of those years, and we're very excited to, again, renovate that home to continue to provide such excellent clinical care. We have 450 beds currently as an acute care facility. We have 144,000 patient visits annually, which includes 4,000 deliveries and over 50,000 total emergency department visits. We have a very geographically diverse patient population, and we serve patients from 241 different zip codes in every single borough of New York City. We employ some 4,000 team members, which are equally an integral portion to this project because we need to revitalize in order for them to have the areas to be able to provide that really incredible clinical care. And we're proud of what we've been able to do with the different awards and recognition. We're proud of the fact that we've been named top 50 hospital in America 2 years in a row with health grades. We have accolades from US News and World Report, also from a myriad of other sources, whether it's the American Thoracic Society or CMS Hospital Star Rating. When we take a look at what we have created on the Upper East Side in our current platform, you can see that we have multiple buildings that are put together in a patchwork formation. So we have essentially 10 separate buildings which have been stitched together across that 100-year time period. On the Lexington Avenue side, you can see that that's where some of our oldest buildings are, from an 1800s townhouse to the 1890s and early 1900s with the next building over. Then we extend across the block to some of our newer buildings on the Park Avenue side. And yet that newer building is still over 50 years ago. So while we're very proud of the significant improvements that we have put into this building since we joined Northwell in 2010, we are constrained by the physicality of the actual plant and the buildings. We're confined by the configuration, the ceiling heights and whatnot to be able to really modernize and again, continue that clinical excellence. Some of the pieces that we'll talk more about are the fact that the majority of our beds are in shared patient rooms, which needs to change. Our operating rooms are undersized and poorly configured based on modern technology in areas of care. And our emergency department, again, a source of great pride for me personally, offers incredible care, but is undersized for those patients that are seen each and every single day. When we start with our single bed patient rooms, this is simply better for patients. It's better care clinically, it's better for them from their experience, and it's better for them from the operations because we can get them to these rooms faster from fragile environments like the emergency department and the operating room, rather than having them hold in those spaces, as unfortunately so many patients do across New York City. You can see in the picture in the top left, this is a shared patient room. It does not allow for the entire family to be present with the care team in the room, understanding what the goals of the patient's care are by a dialogue that includes everybody in the room. It also doesn't offer privacy. It inhibits the ability to really make certain that we don't have different medical conditions housed together. And so the picture on the right really depicts what we should be having as a standard for each and every patient. Our patients deserve this. It allows them to have their family members with them, the care team to be present, and allows all levels of care to be provided to the patient rather than the patient moving about. When we turn to our operating rooms, we have incredible clinical excellence in many surgical subspecialties. To highlight a few, we have the best heart surgery outcomes in New York City, and we also have a world-renowned neurosurgery program. Absolutely exceptional with what they're able to do in an operating room that is undersized for current standards. Our current operating room are 300 to 500 square feet, where the industry standard is some 600 to 1,000. If you look at the picture on the right, it depicts what a modern OR would look like, and it's nothing like you would normally imagine. It's filled with technology, with monitors, with equipment and robots, as well as the people that are absolutely critical to provide that surgical care that is needed throughout by our patients. And again, to our emergency department, it's one of our flagship picture here. This actually depicts our emergency department in Lenox South Greenwich Village. As you can see, you don't see patients and everything in the hallways. You don't see that clutter, which is unfortunately very much associated with an emergency department. Rather, they have their private space, and our team members have room to actually be able to provide that care and do so on a continuous basis. Another component of this project, which is integral, is how do we become better neighbors for our streetscape and the immediacy of our Upper East Side location. This is a series of pictures which depicts what we need to improve. That 10 buildings stitched together was not thought about as how could we really be open to the community and how do we make certain that we're equally available, but also unseen in many different ways. The picture on the top left is our ambulance bay, which is 77th Street. Unfortunately, this is not commensurate with what we would like our patients to experience. In rainy weather or snowy such as today, there's no covering for the patient to go inside, and so often a sheet is used before they're taken in. It also creates great vehicular congestion, as well as pedestrian and bike. It's one of the few bike lanes that exists in the crosstown area, and it really just needs to be improved. The picture in the upper right is our 76th Street, and this is our loading dock. It's not sized for the appropriateness, again, of a modern facility. You can see that the trucks stick out into the street. And while we have done things operationally to improve this by utilizing smaller trucks so we're no longer blocking traffic, neighbors and pedestrians simply shouldn't ever see these deliveries happening. They shouldn't have to be blocked by these trucks, and they shouldn't be forced to actually witness it on a regular basis. The bottom left is a bit of an eyesore to the Upper East Side community. This is an 1800s townhouse that unfortunately is failing and needs to be demolished. And while we have changed the scaffolding so that it's much more open and pedestrian friendly, we need to transform this into a new opportunity for the community to come in and a new entrance for Lenox Hill Hospital. And the bottom right is the 6th train stop. I take this train to and from work every day. I'm very well familiar with the congestion and the improvements that are necessary to this stop. And we are working with the MTA in order to include those in our revitalization. So essentially, when we take a look at this project, it's a story of 3 journeys. It's a story of our patients so that Mrs. Lee can have her husband as well as her daughter in her room with her, and the care team of the neurologist and physical therapy for hypertension and stroke are able to actually, again, go over what those goals of care are and what the home environment is going to be like so that we can get her there safely. It's a story of our care team. So Nurse Williams actually has the space to be able to provide the medications and the care that's necessary, to be able to provide the appropriate documentation and equally the availability for respite so that when she is on her break, she has an actual opportunity to decompress, as we know that healthcare workers are suffering from so much of the stressful environment. And the neighborhood as well, so that when Mr. Quincy is walking around the block, He doesn't see our ambulances because they're fully ensconced within the building. He doesn't even know where our loading docks would be because, again, they're equally brought in and they're unobtrusive, not blocking pedestrian street flow. So this is our project and overview, and you can see the rendering on the top. Gone is the 1800s building, and the corner is transformed into something that is so much more inviting to the community. This is now a main entrance rather than having our entrances in the mid-block, decreasing the congestion in the blocks at both 77th and 76th Street. It allows for our single-bedded patient rooms, our state-of-the-art operating rooms, a right-sized emergency department. We can dedicate areas in this regard to mother baby so that they have an experience that's commensurate with the joyful moment that that represents to each and every one of those patients. And it offers flexible design. We learned a lot during COVID, and we've incorporated that into the design of this project. We'll improve what our cityscape looks like, again, by internalizing the ambulance bays and expanding the loading area. And we'll improve that access to the 77th Street stop that's so needed. But the key component is the last bullet on this slide, and that is that we need to maintain hospital operations throughout. We have a commitment to our patients in our community to continue that care, to continue to push that clinical excellence, and we need to be able to do that while we revitalize. And this has implications into how we're able to do so and how the building needs to be rebuilt. This was our original proposal that we came back to the community board back in, I think, March of 2019. It had two buildings that were proposed with this. There was a building that was hospital on the Lexington side, and there was a residential component that was on the Park Avenue side. And there was a larger portion of new build in this overall project. There was a task force that was formed at the behest of Gail Brewers, the Manhattan Borough President at the time, as well as Council Member Keith Powers. It included many, many members throughout the community. And there were multiple meetings, not just the community board itself and for the open house that we had, but of the task force, some 7 different meetings of dialogue and listening and understanding what those needs were. And while we don't always see eye to eye on those things, the important part is making certain that we at least are approaching this with an open mind and listening. What we found in the feedback was that there was a great support for Lenox Hospital as a neighborhood institution, and equally for the ability of the hospital to need to revitalize and modernize, contemporizing our spaces. But there was a loud voice that said the residential did not need to be part of this project and that should be taken out from it. The height of the proposed hospital building was, of course, discussed at length, and equally were zoning bulk controls and the idea of this, the reduced construction duration. And I can promise you on this last part, we are so equally aligned because the faster that we can do this project, the better we will be for the care that we're able to provide our patients. This is our revised proposal, and I'm going to now toss it to my colleague, Tomas, who's going to take us through what this looks like, as well as where we are within the program.
Thank you, Dr. Baker. Let me take you through the new proposal, explain the project physically and programmatically, and demonstrate how it has changed since we last presented. On the left is an image of the previous proposal, and on the right is our current proposal. From feedback from the task force meetings and broader community engagement, we heard the clear message that the residential tower was not desired and the new hospital building should be lower. By eliminating the market rate residential tower and keeping the existing building currently on the southwest corner of Park Avenue, we are able to reduce the overall building height by 80 feet. The previous proposal was approximately 1.65 million gross square feet, and the new proposal is approximately 1.40 million gross square feet, a reduction of 250,000 gross square feet, or 15% of the area. While the new proposal is smaller, lower, and requires less FAR, we believe this proposal can be true to Northwell's vision of optimizing operational efficiencies, improving patient outcomes, and making for a better pedestrian and vehicular experience on the block. Here's an illustrative rendering of the new proposal. Of course, the design will evolve and change during the ULURP process and after. But what is demonstrated here are some foundational aesthetic principles to adopt the white and red coloration of the historic Upper East Side architecture and urban fabric, and to break down the mass of the building into smaller geometric volumes to modulate the visual scale of the new facility. The new proposal, like the previous proposal, concentrates most of the new construction towards the eastern side of the block and renovates the 4 buildings to remain at the west side of the block, as diagrammed in the small image on the upper right. The new proposal will have a total height of 436 feet measured off of Lexington Avenue and a street wall height before the setback of 194 feet. The proposal is not an abstract envelope request, but represents advanced planning to revitalize and optimize the hospital completely. In the proposed new configuration, the relationship of beds, shown in blue, and the diagnostic and treatment programs, shown in yellow, will be fully rationalized to work with vertical and horizontal travel distances to make sure that clinical measures can be optimally effective. For your information, public spaces are shown in green, service program is shown in purple, and mechanical spaces are shown in gray. The program in this revised proposal remains like the previous iteration. Dr. Baker explained the imperative need to convert all hospital beds to single-bedded rooms to mitigate the spread of infectious diseases. The current hospital has only 172 single-bedded rooms, and the new proposal will deliver 475 single-bedded rooms. This will increase the total beds from 450 to 475, an increase of 6%. Other improvements will be the proportional and appropriate increase in the size and number of operating rooms and the size and number of emergency department treatment bays. To demonstrate the advanced planning we have undertaken to completely reimagine Lenox Hill Hospital, let me take you through a few illustrative floor plans. Here's the proposed ground floor plan. All the planning at the ground floor was conceived to improve the pedestrian, vehicular, and patient experience at the ground plane. Starting in the southeast corner, the lower right in the image, we locate the new main entry to the hospital. Walking north on Lexington, we then come to a small retail program, a walk-in entry to the emergency department that is proximate to the subway and with an easy vehicular drop-off, then on to a newly configured entry to the downtown 6 train. So we have relocated all the congestion-heavy entries off 77th Street and will move them to the wider avenue where they more appropriately belong. Turning the corner on 77, we next come to the staff entrance, located proximate to the subway to get staff off the sidewalks as soon as possible. Moving west, we will configure the architecture to allow all ambulances to fully pull off the street and discharge patients inside the building, improving traffic flow and human dignity. The rest of 77th Street will remain unchanged, but on Park Avenue, we will introduce a dedicated entry for expecting mothers as they enter the mother-baby wing. Finishing our tour and continuing down 76th Street, the existing service dock and a new service dock will be designed to allow all service calls and all service vehicles to move completely inside the building, also improving the pedestrian experience and vehicular flow down 76th Street. Here's the plan of the new and expanded emergency department. As Dr. Baker mentioned, all the treatment bays are larger and separated by hard walls. This will greatly improve privacy, dignity, and infectious disease control. Here is a typical treatment floor with operating rooms and rooms for both pre and post-surgery care. The new proposal will create larger operating rooms that can accept tomorrow's state-of-the-art medical technology. And another improvement is that these ORs will be served from a dedicated sterile corridor, not the main circulation corridor, which allows for enhanced protection from the spread of infectious diseases. Lastly, here's a typical new inpatient bed floor. You can see all the single-bedded rooms, which are larger than today's rooms, and allow more procedures and protocols to be conducted in the room rather than moving a patient. The larger size rooms will also allow rooms to both flex up to ICU care standard, should more ICU rooms be required in the future, as well as allowing these rooms to accommodate 2 beds in a pandemic emergency with a large surge in inpatient admissions. Looking more closely at the subway improvements, on the left is an illustrative rendering of the new downtown 6 station entry at 77th and Lexington. On the right is a plan of the new entry stair and elevator, which will make the station fully ADA accessible. The entry will be moved to be completely within the Lenox Hill Hospital property and set back from the streets. The 77th and Lexington Street sidewalks are thus widened, which will greatly reduce congestion at the corner. The stair width is also increased by 5 additional feet, and the entry is set within a covered walkway, thus protecting people in inclement weather. The hospital also intends to develop the property they own on the north side of 77th Street, represented on this site plan in gray. Here we will construct an as-of-right project to serve educational and administrative programs. Below grade on this site, the project will house new electrical utility services that will feed the hospital through a tunnel below the street. The tunnel will also be sized to allow hospital staff to move between the two buildings without adding pedestrian congestion on the narrow street above. This new support building is not subject to the ULURP action, but we have included it in the draft EIS to make sure we capture its impact on your community. And now I will turn it over to our land use attorney, Melanie Myers.
Thank you for having us. I'm going to spend some time trying to walk through the land use actions that will be required in order to implement the project. And just to be clear, we are not about to start the formal ULURP process. We're about to start and we're going to have the hearing on Thursday regarding the scope of the EIS. But these land use actions will be forming the basis for that analysis. And so we want to talk about them now. It's going to be a little technical. I'm going to try to do my best to be as clear as possible, but certainly I'm happy to answer any questions. So there will be 4 land use actions that will be part of the project. There will be a zoning map amendment, a zoning text amendment. There will be a special permit to allow for the enlargement of the hospital, and there will be subway improvement approvals as well. So moving to the zoning map amendment, these are not easy drawings to understand, but if you look at on the left-hand side, this is a snippet of the existing zoning resolutions, zoning map. The site is outlined in red. And you can see that on the left-hand side, to a depth of about 100 feet, the property is located within the Park Improvement District in an R10 district. This is a zoning designation that allows for community facility development to a floor area ratio of 10. That means 10 times the lot area within that portion. And that zoning will not change. On the Lexington Avenue side, the current zoning is a C18X, a contextual zone that allows for community facility development to a floor area ratio of 9. And in the middle of the block, even though the current conditions are not consistent with this zoning, the middle of the block is zoned R8B, which allows for community facility use to a floor area ratio of 5.1. As part of the proposal, the zoning map would be amended. That would allow for the Lexington Avenue frontage to be zoned C19 and the mid-block zone C18. And what that will allow is a base floor area ratio of 10 over the entirety of the site. We will also be seeking a series of zoning text amendments for the project. The main one is the creation of a new special permit. It will be zoning resolution section 74904. And this will allow for a floor area bonus as well as modifications of bulk regulation to allow for the enlargement of an existing hospital facility that occupies the full block that's located in part within the Park Improvement District. So it will allow for a bonus of up to 20% for this project, as well as the addition of other of additional improvements and additional bonuses. We will also be seeking an amendment to zoning resolution section 66513 that relates to transit improvements. And that will be done to make it clear that a transit improvement bonus can be coupled with the new hospital special permit. We will be seeking an amendment to zoning resolution section 92041, which relates to the Park Improvement District. And that will allow for the hospital special permit to be made available within the Park Improvement District. And finally, we'll be seeking an amendment to its appendix F of the zoning resolution to make the rezoned area a mandatory inclusionary housing area. As part of the project, we will be seeking the new special permit. And again, it will allow for a 20%, a 2 FAR floor area bonus for the upgraded hospital It will also allow for the inclusion of an additional 0.5 FAR bonus for the subway improvements and the ADA access that's being provided as part of the project. It will allow for modifications of height and setback and other bulk controls. And principally, it will establish a maximum development envelope for the project block. This is, again, not an easy diagram to read, but what this is showing is the envelope that would be created to allow for the project. If you look at the right-hand image, that might be the easier. You can see we're looking at Park Avenue and East 76th Street. And what you see is a taller development envelope that rises to a height of 436 feet that will wrap around the Lexington Avenue building that Tomas described. And then after it goes beyond that and it heads west towards Park Avenue, the development envelope will move down and it will be lower and more consistent with the existing fabric of the remainder of the site. Oops. And finally, we will be seeking transit authorizations and certifications, and they will do two things. They will first create a transit envelope or easement area at the corner of Lexington Avenue and East 77th Street to accommodate the subway improvements. And then it will actually incorporate and require the creation of the improvements themselves, which will include an enlarged stairwell within the property line of the building, as well as ADA access on the southbound train. Jumping quickly to the environmental review, as we all know, there will be the scoping meeting that will be held on Thursday. And there will be a further and a deeper discussion about the intention of that hearing and the purpose of the environmental review at that. But just to talk a little bit about sort of what you will see, this is a very brief overview. The environmental review and the scope will be looking at the main project block, as well as the as-of-right utility building that will be proposed and will be built on the north side of East 77th Street. So those are the two properties that will be the basis for the analysis. We'll also be looking at the increment that will be created by the project. So as Tomas indicated, there's an increment from a bed standpoint of about 25 beds, and that will be the principal driver of the additional traffic. But there will also be a larger increment, about 620,000 gross square feet of building itself on the project block, and with the building on the north, it's about 640,000. So the environmental review will be looking at that increment and analyzing the consequences of that activity and the additional the additional beds. And while we will not go through tonight each of these categories, the expectation is this will be a extensive environmental assessment. It will cover numerous categories ranging from land use, zoning and public policy, to traffic and transportation, to public health, to neighborhood character. And I think important for this project, the consequences of construction on the neighborhood and the potential for impacts. Again, it will be an extensive analysis, one that we'll be working on for the next 6 or 7 months, and prior to the actual start of the ULERT process. So with that, I will turn it back to John.
All right, thank you very much. Just to not recap, but just to finish up, you'll see that there is a virtual meeting on Thursday at 2 p.m. and the requisite or the pertinent information is right there. And the project contact information, those are real. Those are real emails. That's a real phone number. We expect that people will be calling. We expect that people will be emailing. We, I think, have done a good job in responding to concerns and comments and questions and suggestions on 3rd Avenue. We have every expectation that we will do the same on this project. And we want to be as transparent and as inclusive as possible. We know this is going to be a time-consuming process. I don't want to have a situation where anyone feels that they have not been heard or listened to. It doesn't mean everyone's always going to agree, but we want to make sure that there's a full airing of whatever concerns there are, not only from the board, but especially from the public as well. The last thing I will say is that we are in the process of working with our elected officials, number one, to inform them, most notably Councilman Powers, and to be squaring up with all our city agencies. And one can only imagine the array of agencies that we have to deal with on a project like this, not just at the city level, but at the state level as well. And so I'll close on that point and say thank you very much to the chairs, to the community board, and we look forward to hearing from everyone else and to answering whatever questions may arise.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. That was actually was a wonderful presentation. And before we launch into questions from the public, I just want to remind everyone that at the full board meeting of Community Board 8 on October 23rd of 2019, the board essentially approved a resolution disapproving the project as it was then constituted. So that was, and the vote was 36-3 and one not voting for cause. That's just to sort of, that's a little housekeeping. And so with, I guguess I'll do this.
Anthony?
Yes.
If I could just jump in for a second. Sure. I can speak for Elizabeth as well as Nancy concerning the fact of how critical it is that we hear everyone. And so we are going to keep a strict time limit of 2 minutes. Secondly, I attended the Madison Square Garden Community District 5 meeting. They had over approximately, after about 2 hours, 196 people. On this call at this time, we have 222 people. And that's very, very significant. And from time to time, we are going to be announcing how many people are on the call. At about 30 minutes from now or 45 minutes from now, we will be launching a poll so that everyone who is on this Zoom call, whether they wish to speak or not, is able to register a vote to give us an idea as to where you stand on the proposal. So it's going to be a simple question. Do you support the Lenox Hill Hospital modernization plan? So we're going to have that after about 30 minutes, as Anthony said. Previously, we're going to take clarifying questions so that everyone has a degree of understanding regarding this proposal before we offer an opportunity for people to give their opinion. But we will be launching a poll, and so I hope that everyone will be able to participate in the poll, and it has been set up so that it is anonymous. You don't have to give your name or any other identifying information. You being on the call is what will allow you to participate in the poll. Thank you so much, Anthony.
No, thanks. Thanks for pointing that out, Sharon. Okay, so let's start with members of the public who have questions. And hopefully the Lenox Hill team will be able to answer them. And I guess we'll start with Mike Biowitz.
Yes, thank you. I have several questions. The first is, I'd like to understand how many stories the building is now at its highest height. and how many stories it will be afterwards. And I'd like to also know how the overall height, whether you want to measure it in stories or feet, will compare to other buildings, at least the highest buildings in the general area.
You said several questions.
Good question, Tomas.
Oh, okay. The original, Jonathan, I might need, I'm not finding it right here, my story heights, but give me 1 second.
Feet is good. Feet is good. Feet
So the
actually is
original
preferable.
proposal was 516 feet of the new hospital. It is now lowered to 436 feet.
I think the question was actually, how tall is the existing building, let's say the one on the corner of Lexington and 77th Street, the Black Pavilion, I think it's called. How tall is that, so that somebody standing on the corner can sort of imagine what that is in relation to 436 feet? I think that was the question.
Sure. So, you hear me?
Yes.
The Park Avenue buildings are both 165 feet tall currently. And the new hospital on Lexington would be 436.
Okay. Thank
Do
you.
you
That was-
mind,
that-
do you mind translating that into a floor approximation?
Story heights.
Yes.
So on Park Avenue, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
14.
6. Yep,
It's 14 stories.
14 stories on Park Avenue. And the new one is 25 stories on Lexington.
Thank you.
The floor-to-floor height on the Lexington Avenue building, is that, I think you had it at 16 feet 3.5 years ago. Is that the same?
It is now 15 feet. And
Okay. That's fine. I'm just trying to remember from last time. Okay, next question. Diane Crary, please. You could unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Diane.
All right, I have 3 questions. One is, could you lower the building on Lexington Avenue by going a story or 2 higher mid-block? Second question is, with the trucks that go in off Lexington Avenue, it looks like they have to back up or back in, and won't that stop all the traffic on Lexington? And the third one is maybe a wish list, but could there be, I think what you're doing with the subway stop is fantastic. Is there any way there could be a tunnel going from the east to the west side so that people who are handicapped could, if they're coming uptown, go through a tunnel to get to the handicap part on the west side?
Thank you, Diane.
let me try to remember and take them in order. The first question is, can we reduce the height of the hospital in Lexington by displacing some of that program to the mid-block? It's imperative that the hospital continue operations throughout construction. And if we begin to construct in the mid-block, that would not be possible. I believe your question was on the service scenario on 76th Street. Today and tomorrow, trucks would have to back up on 76th Street, but the great improvement now is that they completely go inside the building and the service doors can be closed. And then lastly, the last question was the tunnel. Unfortunately, Lenox and Northwell only control the property that they control and they have. And so we can only make improvements to the subway within our property line. And I believe it would be a question for the MTA and for the city at large about whether you could go across, but we think it's highly unlikely.
Okay, thank you. Although a good idea. We have Brian V next.
Hi, thank you. I live on 78th Street and represent the Block Association of 78th between Park and Lex. I have a few questions. As it pertains to Site 1A, which I recognize is not part of the ULURP, can you explain what hospital electrical service means? What it is, given the fact that it abuts a school, a church, and various residential buildings, and how much that's driving the need to connect the buildings underground. And so those are three questions. And then one additional question is the timing of the Third Avenue project, the relative to expectations thus far. And those are my questions. Thank you for your time.
I think just before you guys answer, I think we all agreed in advance not to talk about Third Avenue tonight, just so that we can remain focused on Lexington. I mean, you're certainly welcome to answer the question. I'm just trying to keep us moving. Okay.
Brian, I'm going to shift over to Tomas in a second. We'll send you some email data and backup to be more specific with regard to the timelines. I think succinctly, I can say that we are adhering to the timelines, working with the city agencies that we need to, and doing our best to keep the community as informed as possible. So, but we will follow up with you separately and make sure that you get whatever you're looking for. And then you were asking about the utility service as it relates to the relationship between the two buildings, correct? Okay.
So the electrical service is what we'll be locating in the basement levels of the auxiliary building north of 77th Street. This is an electrical utility upgrade that the hospital currently will need in the future, regardless of whether or not this expansion happens. That project is as of right, so that's another way of saying that it is permittable, including that electrical service, by current New York City Department of Building Codes. The tunnel is necessary to bring that utility power to the building. And we believe that it's important to reduce congestion in that mid-block with pedestrian staff crossing the block and the mid-block. And we want to give them an ability to travel underground to the educational administrative offices north on 77th.
Okay, thank you. And next we have Elaine Walsh.
Good evening and thank you. I have a number of questions and comments. First,
Questions only, come back for comments.
Okay. Which will be a question. It's been a number of years since we met, and my questions go to, you are asking to rezone Lexington Avenue from 175 feet to go to 436 feet. What is the justification and how does that impact the community? The second is on the subway. We had asked, and I was on the original task force on this, an examination of the subway going uptown. And while you've said what you said about jurisdictional issues, have you had any discussion with the transit authority to make changes to the other subway as we requested? I also think that the ambulance beds, I'm concerned, are you saying they go in one way and they come out the same way so that we have a traffic issue here? I know we were asked that you go through from 77 to 76. I don't see that in the plan. What has happened that no movement was done on that? And then on MIH, where is the housing for that going to be? You need to do that. I'm sorry, not commenting. How are you going to accommodate the regulations with MIH and giving us affordable housing? I will end there because I think it's a few and other people have. Oh, I just want to, oh, it's a comment. I'm sorry, I can't. I am going to say it.
Elaine. All right, go ahead.
Elena, I'll take a stab at a couple of them. And
Okay.
I'm going to have Melanie address the housing part, and the ambulances, the ingress and egress will be on 77th Street. It's a considerable improvement from what exists there today with congestion at the street level. All the ambulances will be off-street entirely. That'll free up the bike lane. That'll allow for a better passage of vehicles. But the ingress and egress will be on 77th Street. And then with regard to the MTA, we are working closely with the MTA. And I think anyone, no matter what your stripes are, the MTA is a vital component to the city of New York, but they're not always the easiest to work with. But we are working with them directly. The issues that you're raising are pertinent and important. What we can control are helping to make improvements the way have been described by Tomas. And I'll go back to what he said and sort of reiterate it. The things that are within our control, the things that we can work with on the MTA that affect our property and the MTA's property, we're endeavoring to do whatever we can. And the aspirational part of this is to make that subway station vastly improved, including making it fully ADA compliant. With regard to the other side and the northbound portion, that's a relationship that has to be pursued with the MTA and those neighbors. We have had those discussions, but we can't control what the MTA may do in that regard. I think we've made an important and concerted effort to make the improvements where we could relating to our property. And
If I could piggyback on that question, what do you need an MTA easement for if the improvements are within your property boundaries?
Can I answer that? We will be giving the MTA an easement within the Lennox Hill property.
Right.
So it's going to be an easement that is going to be given by the hospital to the MTA so that
I
they
see.
have more property.
And as a matter of clarification, what John was talking about is if we wanted to change the uptown side of the street, those private owners would also have to give an easement to the MTA, and it's not ours to give. So that is what makes it difficult for us to facilitate that change.
And Elaine, I'm going to ask Melanie to comment on the housing and on the justification part. But with regard to the housing, certainly what happened as a result of the task force, the 7 meetings and extensive input from the community, the residential component was made very clear that no one wanted that. I won't speak for everybody, but we took that out in direct response to the comments and very strong suggestions that were made by the community. But no.
Yeah, and just to be clear, there is not a residential component to the project. This is 100% community facility, and that means that there is not an affordable component either on-site or off-site. It's again 100% community facility. I'm going to talk about heights. And so your first question was really about the heights and the justification for an increase, which I completely agree with you is a large increase right now. And it's interesting because from a zoning standpoint, the current zoning allows for community facility to 9 FAR. And what we're asking for is a base of 10 with the bonuses. So the change is one of height. And we're looking at the reality of the historic use on this property, the need to renovate and upgrade a facility that has been one of your neighbors for more than a century, and to allow it to be operating in a way that will allow it to continue to be a vital resource for this community and for the city. The reality is that we need more room for the operating rooms for the beds. We need more floor to floor height to allow for proper HVAC. And if you look at that stack, there's actually an incredible amount of mechanical floors within it that are necessary for a modern day hospital. So we're thinking about it in the context of looking at a hospital in its historic home, looking at it in the context of how to best integrate what current needs are and future needs are into the neighborhood.
Okay, just before I go to the next person, there's one kind of factual clarification that I think a close look at a close look at the draft scope of work and your drawings reveals. You've got the new subway entrance. On the drawings, there is a single elevator. In the draft scope of work, you call out that there will be 2 elevators. Which is it?
We're having very
2 is better than 1.
We're having ongoing and very fruitful discussions with the MTA, and they like where we're going. Right now, the previous plan had 2 elevators, and we are studying an option of having only 1 elevator and then a ramp down to the platform.
Yeah, and to be clear, the second, what we're talking about there is, if you think of that station, there is a mezzanine, and then the actual platform is 3 or 4 steps below that.
Mhm.
And so one of the things that we need to, and that we're working with the MTA on, is how to really mediate that change. So the elevator, the ADA elevator that, as you see on the plans, goes to the mezzanine, and then we'll be figuring out the best ADA mechanism to get from that mezzanine platform down to the actual platform where people wait for the trains themselves. Does that make sense?
I understand.
Yeah.
And it showed up actually during the task force at the last last or next to last of those meetings. The reason I suggested 2 is that as all of us who have used the elevators at either the 72nd Street Q station or the lonely cloud of an elevator at 86th and Lexington, elevators don't always operate. And so it's nice to have a backup. Anyway, the next question from the public is Dennis Berman. Sorry, I'm going to skip the committee members, at least for the moment.
Yeah, hi. So 2 questions. One is, could you share with us the realistic, not the optimistic, please, time for completion of construction, start to beginning in years? Secondly, could you also, I missed, and I don't know if it was in your presentation, the exterior changes, facade, as well as height to all structures facing Park Avenue? Thank you.
The current construction duration is 11 years, beginning in sometime in 2025 is the plan, or that's the proposed plan.
And then in terms of the previous proposal and the new proposal, of course, on Park Avenue, the residential tower is gone. Now we're anticipating very few changes to the Park Avenue facades. There will be a discrete entry added in the middle of the block to welcome expecting mothers into the mother-baby hospital. In terms of the facades of the rest of the project, everything that we've shown you is purely illustrative. We have not yet finalized what the building looks like, and we look forward to starting that during and after the ULURP process.
To clarify, you don't intend to reclad the Park Avenue buildings?
That is not currently our proposal, no.
That's fine. It was just a question. Okay, I have, next we have Carol and Jeffrey Engel.
Hi.
Good evening.
So one question to bring up to this great project is parking. When we talked about the 3rd Avenue facility and the lack of parking, I'd like to know what the plans are for this one.
Really parking and traffic flow, how to handle any increased congestion to the area.
say this.
Yeah, I'll take a stab at this. I think two things. If you look at the improvements that we're making on both 76 and 77th Street with regard to loading and receiving, and with regard to the ambulances in particular, that'll mitigate a significant amount of the congestion. And this is where it's probably, I think it's a fair segue to suggest that the issues on traffic and other related issues were in one of the last slides that Melanie referenced. That will be one of the critical components of the EIS review and the process. That's something that we're going to have to obviously pay attention to, and there will be a significant amount of input from many different entities. And we are wholly mindful of that because of the issues that were raised with regard to our patients who come in by ambulance, but people who are driving in and out of the city. If you look at some of the information that's in our scoping document, it speaks to how some of these transportation issues and some of the traffic issues are going to be reviewed. And that is sort of a template for what will unfold, I believe, in the EIS process. That is a major component of that review.
Yeah, that's correct. It will take a look at the location of each of the entrances and do an evaluation, which takes into account not only how people are the amount of people that are coming to the hospital, but also how they're actually accessing it, which streets they're going to be using as well.
Okay, thank you. Stephen Shapiro.
Okay, thank you very much, Anthony. I appreciate it. I have three questions. I'll address them quickly. Noting that the entire bulk of the proposal of the new construction is on the Lexington side, noting further that one of the presenters referred to Lexington Avenue as the wider avenue. I wonder if you could tell me the width of Park Avenue and the width of Lexington Avenue. As my understanding is Lex is perhaps the narrowest avenue in the city. The second question I have for you is with respect to traffic count, which I know is something that you've already done. I wonder if you could give us the traffic count on Lexington broken down between cars and trucks, because we all know that one lane on Lexington is occupied by double parked trucks filling the commercial spaces. One lane is occupied by a bus lane, leaving Lexington only one operable lane. So I wonder if you could give us that traffic count and compare that then to the Park Avenue traffic count, which has no trucks and has no bus lane. And my third question for you addresses a much larger policy question, and that is, I wonder if you could tell us the number of hospital beds on the Upper East Side of Manhattan versus the number of hospital beds in other areas where Northwell has facilities, such that the question of the need for that many new hospital beds may be analyzed. Thank you very much.
I might start with the first. I, for one, don't have the exact measurements of Park and Lex, but I wanted to clarify my statement. The intention was that we're removing congestion-causing programmatic elements from the narrow side streets and locating them on Lexington, which is wider than 76 and 77. So we're seeing that as an improvement by taking all that activity and putting it in a place where the sidewalks are larger and the street is larger. In terms of the traffic count, it's the same EIS thing. This is something we will be doing as part of the EIS.
It'll be part of the EIS.
And in terms of the hospital beds on the Upper East Side, unless one of my intrepid people on the phone don't have that at their fingertips, we certainly can get that for you at a later date. But I don't know if you wanted to talk about how much of a population we serve besides just the Upper East Side here at Lenox Hill Hospital.
Yeah, I think that the bigger piece here is not necessarily purely in the numbers of exactly how many beds, and we know that we need to be focusing on the equity of care that we provide. Northwell as an entity is very focused on that. As we showcased in the slide, there is a great opportunity and a continuation of our investment in multiple boroughs, whether it's Queens, Brooklyn, Bronx, as well as Manhattan. And from that perspective, when we look at the historical nature, as Melanie said, this has been our home for over a century, and we've had the beds we have in this hospital for that time period, using our programs to drive that clinical care, which has a very geographically diverse patient population. So while our programming does go up by a few beds, it's not uncommensurate with what we're thinking will actually occur in terms of the different forces that we're seeing in healthcare and projecting in the next 10 to 20 years.
Okay. Let's see. Next is Calvert Moore.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I have 3 questions. The first question is, with a building of 432 feet, you say 37 floors, but that's actually 43 floors. How will that impact sunlight, and how much taller will it be than the other buildings in the historic district? Question 2, why was a satellite location not considered more seriously when we have many other hospitals that have recently expanded and built satellite locations, not necessarily in the historic district where you originally were, and you could renovate the existing space, but house all of this additional bedding, et cetera, in a satellite location, especially since you yourselves just have admitted that many of the patient base does not come from local, but from a diverse set of zip codes. And lastly, how are you going to address the noise and garbage issues and the overcrowding of the neighborhood as this scale of the building will make affected to our neighborhood?
There were multiple components to that. I want to make sure that we're being responsive. With regard to shadows, I think you were referring to shadows generally. That is a critical component. Having reviewed this a number of times myself in terms of the scoping document, there are at least 4 or 5 different paragraphs, detailed sections within the scoping document that relate to the study of shadows and how that will be done. So I think that will be exhaustive in many respects. With regard to, I think you mentioned noise and congestion as well. Yes, garbage, excuse me. My colleague to the right here, Dr. Baker, he and I have many, many conversations about what's going on and what may come. And I deeply admire his sincerity, because he and the whole team at Lennox, we want to be good neighbors. And there isn't a day that goes by that these issues are not raised, not discussed. We try our best to respond to concerns that are raised by the community. But with regard to the project as we move forward, those will continue to be components that will be considered as part of the EIS. Now, you made several references that I just want to speak to directly. I'm sort of fighting against my own interest here, but you referenced 432 feet, it's actually 436 feet. You made reference to 37 and I think 43 stories, and no one made a representation to that number of stories. It's considerably lower than that. I think the number was 25 or 26. So there's no 37 stories, there's no 43 stories. And
Noise.
Then the satellite
location. I try and look at this properly and start with this basic premise. We operate 450 bed facility at Lennox right now. We are an integral part of this community. We are bedrock in this community, and we are part of the history of that historic district. Dr. Baker eloquently speaks to the beginnings of this institution going back to the German dispensary. So we are ensconced in this neighborhood. And we're not coming before you asking to make some massive expansion in terms of our patient beds. We're asking for a nominal increase that relates to need. When you look at satellites, I think it's important to remember that Northwell is the largest provider of healthcare in the city of New York. We have a footprint throughout all the boroughs. We are the largest investor. We have invested more. We don't close hospitals. We invest in hospitals. And if you look at Lenox Hill, since Northwell became partners, we've invested over $275 million in improvements at the facility already. We have facilities in Queens. We have Sucker Hillside. We have Cohen's Children's. We have Long Island Jewish. We have Forest Hills. We have Meath in Midtown Manhattan. We have Lenox Greenwich. We have Staten Island North and South. We have Maimonides as a strategic partner. We have affiliated arrangements with 3 other hospitals in Brooklyn. So we're not just investing in Manhattan. We are investing in all the people that Dr. Baker spoke to, but all throughout the 5 boroughs of New York City. So when other systems and other entities are stopping their investments or retrenching, we're going in the opposite direction. I think when we come before a group like this, we start to talk about what we want to do. This is a very significant investment because we believe in the community where we reside already, and we are looking at satellites. We are looking at ambulatory facilities to help grow our footprint, to better serve our patients that come to us. So we are trying to do the best state-of-the-art care where we already live. And that's why we're one of the primary reasons we're here this evening.
Thank you. I think one thing that has come up, and I'm sorry, I'm just going to pause for a second, is that while it is true that you are proposing a small increase in the number of beds, you are also proposing a huge increase in the volume of building to support that small increase in beds. And I understand all the reasons why. I just think that that's a comment. I apologize. And Goodbody next.
No, I think that was a good point to make, Anthony. Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, because unless we are, I'll just continue, unless we are patients or family members of patients, unless we actually work at the hospital, our interaction with the hospital is primarily walking by it. And so the bulk of what you build is the most significant community impact, not that it's a better hospital, just that it's so much physically bigger. And Goodbody.
Thank you, Anthony.
Am I unmuted? Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, my questions are sort of interwoven with what everybody else has asked, and agree there's not a material increase in the number of beds, but I'm wondering what your expectation is in terms of the increase in patient visits that are ambulatory and increase in ER visits, and how that translates to an increase in ambulance traffic and a lot more trucks going into loading docks, which then, of course, affects congestion. And then if there's not a material increase, how do you justify the cost of this? How do you get a return on investment?
So I'd like to, take on some of these things. I'll start with that last piece. The return on investment is in the care that we're able to provide to our patients, pure and simple. It's an incredible return, and there's no monetary value that can be put to it. The quality of care is the bedrock with which we sit each and every single day. What we provide to our patients and what we provide in patient care at that bedside is the paramount component piece of why we exist as an institution. So a couple of points that you bring up, and Anthony equally on that aspect, and understanding that the volume of the space does increase, and that's partly part of code, that's partly part of building in the 1970s versus building in the 2020s, and how that actually is affected by benchmarking across the United States, what should be appropriate for the care that's actually being provided. And so when we take a look at some of the different increases that you're asking about, from an ambulatory standpoint, we're trying to push the majority of care that is ambulatory out of the hospital. If you don't need inpatient care, then we'd like to say you don't need the hospital from that perspective. We'd like to make certain that we utilize our other areas. We push out into the communities throughout the boroughs as well as Manhattan for your primary care as well as interdisciplinary care. But when you do need that specialized care that requires an inpatient stay or a complex surgery or anything of the like that is a requisite, that where a hospital really serves you best, that's actually provided. And while I understand that the majority of time of all of us is not spent in the bed as a patient for the majority of the community, when it is so incredibly important that it's commensurate with the excellence that can be provided by providing care in a single bedded room, allowing your goals of care. That partnership is so exceptionally important in terms of how we continue to provide what you want in your care and how we incorporate, again, your loved ones in it. Equally to the pieces that we learned during the pandemic is being able to prepare for things that are in the unknown. We look with strategic planning, which is a group of individuals who help us understand and forecast what the universe of healthcare will look like in the coming years. There's a lot of talk about what that looks like from an inpatient stay, which is then put against the aging nature to our population as a whole throughout the United States, and some of the things that we haven't yet encountered as a healthcare industry, which is an overwhelmingly aged population. How that affects our emergency department and how that affects our inpatient, we've put into the programming with regard to the total number of treatment areas. What we see today in our visits of over 50,000 requires more space regardless. Even if it didn't grow another patient, it needs more space to be able to, again, provide that care in a calming environment, and an environment that's infection-free, and an environment that, again, really allows us to be centered around that patient. So we're not anticipating that suddenly we're going to see a huge increase in our ED volume that is going to bring in more and more ambulances that disrupt the community in other ways. The same thing with materials. We're trying to be as advanced as we can be with reducing the need for deliveries on a regular basis. How do we use different technologies? How do we, again, partner better to reduce the interaction of the trucks and the vehicular congestion around the building?
Thank you. Next, we have Kaplinski. Oops, wait a second, you've got to unmute. There you
Yeah. Okay. So I've had some discussions with people in the neighborhood recently, and there is a fear that if Northwell doesn't get what it's looking for in terms of the current plans, that you're going to have to shut down the hospital, and that will end up, the property will get sold and there'll be some other vast construction project there. I heard you tonight, however, say that you have a very strong commitment to the Lenox Hill neighborhood. And what I want to find out from you is, what is your plan for this hospital if you don't get this proposal through? And a related question is, what about room for compromise? The big objection that I'm hearing is the height. The height is just, seems to be, is really very troublesome to me. And I know this is not the room for comment, but it seems to me if you could reduce the number of single bedded rooms, have some shared rooms. There are a lot of people who don't mind being in a shared room. I wouldn't assume everyone wants a single room. If you did that, you lower the height of the ceilings of the rooms. Couldn't you reduce the height of the building so that there wouldn't be the objection that the neighborhood has? So there are two questions that I'm raising with you.
So I will say that I understand that sentiment of that, some patients might object, but I can tell you from the experience of 15 years in healthcare, there's no patient that actively requests a roommate. It's just not the way that we work, particularly at our most vulnerable moments. And equally, having a roommate that also has their family that's in the room that you then have to listen to or be part of, and it's just really not the best opportunity to provide the care that, again, is aligned with the goals of each of our patients. And so I understand that how that affects the height, and equally I understand the concern of height. I don't want to come across as that is not a concern. We have evaluated in the proposals of how do we continue the operation of this building with what we're able to provide to be able to revitalize. And a lot of what gets talked about on height then comes up against the ability for us to continue that provision of care. We don't want to close, to your point, first point. There's no option in our book that is about closing, and that includes during the duration of the construction. And in order for that to occur, it has some effects again on what we're able to build in the manner in which it builds, and that's what really abuts in many ways the concern on height. So I really understand the frustration and aggravation that can come from what is presented, in that it appears as though there isn't a listening component when there is. It's just faced again with the true nature to our business, which is that providing care on a regular basis.
I just want to hand to Dr. Baker. I mentioned that we had invested $275 million in this facility since 2010. This is simply New York State. We are not closing this hospital. Anyone who is making any kind of comments to that effect, they certainly are not affiliated with us. They don't work with us. And while people are entitled to say what they may, I want to emphatically state that we have no intention of closing this hospital. We are investing in hospital, and we're looking at a very, very expensive investment for our patients, and so that they have the best patient experience. And even if you were to look at it in isolation, that would be enough. But if you look around the city, a number of the institutions that I mentioned that are Northwell members, Lenox Greenwich, Meath, Forest Hills, Staten Island, we're not disinvesting. We are actively investing in our employees, in our physical plan, in creating state-of-the-art technology and patient experience in all of these facilities. So as I said before, while some people are walking away or slowing down in terms of what they're doing, we are not. So in case anyone is listening who may not have heard it, we are not closing this hospital.
Okay. Not closing the
Anthony,
hospital. Yeah.
Anthony, I'm sorry. Will, if you don't mind, could you launch the poll, please? And just ensure that it's anonymous. And also, if the Northwell team, we've asked the public to limit their questions to 2 minutes. If the Northwell team could do the same thing, that would be fantastic, and that might be more helpful in as we process these questions.
Fair enough.
Thank you, Sharon. Wise statement. Okay. Just remember, we're trying not to repeat questions, and we're trying to make the questions less in the form of comments and as much as possible in the form of, I didn't understand what you said. What does this mean? Okay. With that in mind, Haywood Epstein. Because we have a bunch of people who want to talk.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Are the representatives of Northwell in this Zoom presentation aware that 76th Street between Park and Lexington is narrower than the adjacent street going between Lexington and 3rd? It's narrower by about 30 inches. What happens is that the street between Lexington and 3rd is a 4-lane street. Between Park and Lexington, it's a 3-lane street. Now, during a construction, that's going to be even worse because you're going to be using many, many oversized vehicles. And you have 2 years now to look into engineering that. And your diagrams, your architectural drawings also show that you're going to have new forestation. You don't have to preserve the old trees. So I'm wondering if your group is aware. My question is, are you aware that that street is narrower and there's a window of opportunity to widen it before you start your construction?
We weren't aware about the 30 inches, but we are aware now. We're doing everything we can on the block that we are affecting, which is the block between Park and Lexington. In terms of construction, Rich, and traffic mitigation, if you want to talk to that.
There will be a site-specific plan that's developed that will completely and entirely isolate the construction activities and the vehicular traffic from the pedestrians and the ongoing movement to bike lane, whatever may be there. It's not been finalized. It's at its very early stages, but that is something in the works.
Okay, thank you. Lionel Rex, please.
Yes, hi.
Thank you for the presentation. As we're all aware, Manhattan is one of the most populated areas in the world. When we look at our homes, our apartments, if we have 2 or 3 children, sometimes we only have a 2-bedroom. We put 2 children in a bedroom. So obviously it has it down. Look at the schools. Some of the children have to play, don't have a playground. They have to play on the street. So all this comes because all Manhattanites want to live on Manhattan, this beautiful island. And when you're proposing a new hospital, saying that you're transforming 2-beds rooms into single patient rooms, this seems like a very, very luxurious building, a type of building that one would see more fit perhaps in the suburbs where there's more space. But it's very surprising to have this type of project in one of the most densely populated areas in the world. So I think most people would understand that, share rooms is to be expected in an area like Manhattan. Also,
this sounds a bit like discussion to me.
Thank you, Elizabeth.
So my 2 questions are coming up. Share rooms are cheaper and more accessible financially to a greater.
No, these are comments. I'm sorry, Lionel.
So question 1 is it necessary to change to most patient rooms to single rooms? And question 2 is, could you ensure that single rooms will not be transformed to 2 patient rooms in the future, effectively doubling the patient population in a few years after the completion of the project?
Can we just answer the second question, because the first question has already been asked?
Mm-hmm. That's good.
So our intent is not to change the single-bedded rooms into 2-bedded rooms in the future. There was a comment within our presentation about the fluidity with which a global pandemic might affect hospitals, as we saw, and a great need for patient rooms as we incurred at Lenox Hill specifically during the height of the pandemic. So, but that is not our intention. Our intention is for these to remain single-bedded rooms. And I'll just comment here quickly under 2 minutes that this is not at an increased cost to the patient. This is all value to the patient. This is about better clinical care, better experience, and better quickness to bed, but not at any increased cost of healthcare to the patient.
Okay. Adrienne.
Hi, good evening. I would like to know if this construction happens, will it just be during daytime and weekdays, or will it be also happening, will the construction be going on in evenings and on weekends?
There are NYC DOB, Department of Buildings, restrictions on when we can and cannot work. The plan right now that's being proposed has the work hours from roughly 7 a.m. to 6 p.m. Monday through Friday. There would be Saturday work included, and it would be a later start and a sooner finish. And there would be the potential for a possible Sunday periodically throughout the life of the project.
Our approach on this project is consistent with all other construction projects throughout the city of New York. And if there's any deviation from that, you have to ask for a special permission from the city of New York to have construction activity outside of those normal hours. So we are 100% consistent with custom and practice. And if there's any deviation from that, we have to ask for a special permission, which is not automatically granted.
Okay. Corinne Pulitzer, please.
Good evening, and thank you for your presentation. Since your last presentation, which I attended, and post-pandemic, the congestion to our neighborhood has changed dramatically, and City Bike had a lot to do with that. But now the mayor plans to propose changes to the 3rd Avenue lanes and possibly even Lexington Avenue. I heard an interview the other day on New York One. And now your plan has changed to include another traffic congestion problem by introducing a separate entrance for the maternity part of the hospital, which will then have cars pulling up, double parking, and furthering congestion. And that's a tremendous concern. You know, the hospital is 100 years old plus, and I've been living in this neighborhood for 50 years. And I've seen a change, and certainly many of us rely upon Lenox Hill for our medical services. I see a lot of my doctors are on the call. But I think that attention has to be given to this traffic, and the maternity certainly could be put on one of the side streets, so it would alleviate the
Pulitzer, Ms. Pulitzer, those are comments.
Well, no one has addressed it. I don't think it's a.
No, you didn't ask it as a question.
Yeah, we're
I
asking
think it's
clarifying.
jeopardy.
We're asking clarifying questions now.
That's
All
right.
right. Clarify the thinking behind the maternity entrance on Park Avenue.
There's two pieces.
In less than 2 minutes.
Yes. At a technical level, we will be, just to be clear, looking at the various entrances and the proposal for locating the maternity portion of the hospital on Park Avenue. So that will be clearly analyzed as part of the environmental review, and the effect on traffic will be analyzed. In terms of the decision and the thought about introducing a maternity hospital on Park Avenue, I'll turn it over to Dr. Baker.
So the idea was really, again, about offering an opportunity for patients who in general aren't sick versus patients who would be, and to come in through a separate entrance. It's certainly something, again, through the EIS process that we'll look at. There had been a plan to forego some of our MD specific parking on Park Avenue in lieu of actually having that, again, as an opportunity to decrease the overall construction, but it will be evaluated fully and well understood your point.
Great, thank you. And Rappaport McKenna.
Thank you. It's Amy Rappaport McKenna.
Oh, Amy, I'm sorry.
That's okay. That's
Forgive
okay.
me.
Thank you for bringing us all together this evening. I'd like to just make one proposal, which is perhaps at the end of this evening, if you could organize a list of all the questions with a printed set of the answers, so that we can follow it as we go along through this process together. Okay, so I have 4 quick questions. The first is, I just want clarification. You mentioned that there's no increased cost to the patient for private rooms. My understanding is that CMS, Medicare, Medicaid patients doesn't pay for private rooms unless they require isolation. The second is, if the building takes 8+ years to rebuild, how long would the subway stop be closed? And would they be, I presume it would be shut down on both the north and south side of the downtown train. The third is, what is the increase in staffing size for the presently sized building to staff up to a 25-floor proposed building? And the last is, with regard to, and I believe, just so that I understood this correctly, you'd be taking over the FedEx building on 78th Street in Lexington and making it into a 6-story building. What would be, how, I understand it's electrical, are there chimneys, steam, radiation? What's there? Thank you.
So I think you're referring to 77th, not 78th. That's a building that we presently own. It's not owned by FedEx. That's a building that we're going to take down and build back up. It's going to be an as-of-right building, as was discussed. It's not part of ULA, but we wanted to make sure that the community was fully aware of what our intentions were with regard to that project. With regard to the MTA, I'll go back to us saying we have had ongoing productive conversations with them. There has been nothing even remotely close to suggesting that a station would be closed or for what duration any station may be closed or any portion thereof. I don't think any one of us could fairly represent that, but that would be part of the negotiations and discussions with the MTA, and we'll keep people informed. That too will be part of the review process. And as regard to increased cost to patients, that is not what our intention is whatsoever. Our intention is to provide the best patient experience. And I want to hone in on this. The industry standard now, not only in New York, but across the country, the industry standard is single-bedded rooms. That's what it is. People are not clamoring, as Dr. Baker said, for sharing rooms. There is no increased cost to the patient as a result of this. And I don't want to misspeak on the staffing size. I'm going to ask Dr. Baker to comment on any potential increase in the staff.
I don't have the exact staffing numbers in front of us, so we can certainly get back with what that actually looks like in terms of that. Obviously, the component piece of how that affects the environment with congestion and traffic and everything is going to be part of the environmental impact study. I just don't have the exact numbers in front of me at the moment, so we can get back on that.
In terms of the support building north of 77th, the electrical utility gear is all below grade and will not be visible from the street. Above grade is educational and administrative program. And the systems we're putting in the building are not things like chillers and boilers and things like that that will produce effects that will be unpleasant for the neighborhood.
No exhaust, no chimneys, nothing like that is planned right now.
Okay, we have Sean G.
And just to let you all know that we're going to close the poll pretty soon. So if you haven't answered already, please answer in the next 2 or 3 minutes.
Thank you, Will.
All right. Hello. Thank you. First off, I live across Lexington from the hospital. So just, the aim of the project is to maintain operation of the hospital in conjunction with the new construction. So first question is just exactly, logistically, how do you plan on remaining operational throughout the duration of this project, maintaining operation of the hospital without having a negative and, significantly negative impact on the area, which is already negatively impacted just by the operation of the hospital as is. The hospital's had that temporary cooling system set up on 77th for it was like a year and a half. It's just things like this. Just maintaining the operation of the building as is already causing negative impacts on the neighborhood. But tagging this on, you're going to have to deal with construction offsets for the property surrounding all of the build areas that are just going to decrease the usable area for movable traffic around the property throughout the entire period of the project. Second, is there going to be any kind of dedicated parking as incorporated into the new build that's going to be dedicated for employees in order to eliminate all of the 3-4 surrounding blocks where you've got MD parking that's dedicated that in placards that are all around that no residents can use for parking. And then 3, what's the extent of the subgrade foundation work that's going to be required in order to allow for the increased height for the construction for this building? And lastly is going to be what are all the subgrade levels for the new development going to be dedicated exclusively for mechanical work, for mechanical components of the building, or are you guys kind of gaming the system in order to leverage the claim usage of the upper level floors in order to raise the overall FAR for the project, in order to claiming mechanical in order to increase the square footage?
So I'll take the last one first. We're not gaming anything. We're here in earnest and with sincerity in terms of our project. The low grade, the subgrade components, I can't speak to with great particularity, but I do know that we have support services that will be below grade, mechanical that will also be below grade as well as above grade. And with regard to your concern about the existing condition, part of what's done through the EIS is to take a full-blown look at what is a no-action condition and what is a with-action condition. And every factor that you mentioned will be integrally part of that overall review. And parking.
Parking is not part of the project. Understand the concern about the MD placards, and I'll address that. Is similar to what I spoke to on 3rd Avenue. We have limited MD regulated parking, which is through the city. that is immediately adjacent to the hospital. We don't supply the placards to our physicians anymore. We stopped over a year and a half ago at the behest of the Department of Transportation and the New York City Police Department. And so again, we're really aligned again with eliminating that piece that is not what we aim to have happen.
Great, thank you. Stephanie Reckler.
Thank you, Anthony. Earlier in this meeting, you mentioned that the construction is going to take 11 years. Please tell me when this 11 years starts. And previously we had heard 8 years, and then we had heard 10 years. Now it's 11 years. How do your doctors feel about this? Do they realize, especially the surgeons, that there's a good chance they won't be taking advantage of your new facilities? So please answer that. And also the subway entrance. That's great that you're increasing the subway entrance and you're making it more ADA compliant. But what happens on the platforms when people get down and the platforms are still the same size and they're standing huddled against the platform walls? How do you address that?
Thank you, Stephanie.
So how our doctors feel, I would say that I can't speak for all of our doctors, but the majority of our doctors and certainly our clinical leaders are very much aligned with this project. Understanding, and you bring up a great point, unfortunately, not everybody will work in the building at the time that it's completed, but we owe our patients, again, the opportunity to modernize and revitalize our services in order to really push the frontiers of the clinical care that our doctors are sitting on the front of right now and trying to provide each and every day through their research, through their compassion, through their dedication to their patients. And so that's, I think, one of the more unique component pieces to the individuals and the physicians that we hire, and they're able to see that vision through those components and recognize its necessity.
Stephanie,
Okay,
with
thank you.
regard to the MTA, I'll just say that those would, I'm sure, be another significant component in our ongoing discussions with them. These are points that I'm sure are incorporated, but listening to you, we have a written record and a verbal record of all of this. Those are questions that we can ask if we don't know the answer right now. And Stephanie, I want to thank you for being as gracious as you have been. You know, I'm going to go back to something that Dr. Baker keeps talking about. We want to make sure that this construction is as tight, and efficient, as clean, and done as professionally as possible. And we want to make it the shortest timeline conceivable. But we have an obligation to be forthright to you. And if we find ways that are innovative and creative to reduce that time period, then by God, we're going to do it.
Okay, Bob, I'm sorry, I apologize if I get your name wrong. Bob Hoge.
Oh, you got it exactly right, which not everybody does. Thank you. I have 3 questions. First is with respect to the height. An awful lot of what I think we can all agree is an overly large building for the neighborhood is to be taken up with mechanical space. Question is, have the architects fully explored all the alternatives for moving the mechanical space to other places below ground, perhaps on some of the buildings to the west of the main tower, in an effort to reduce the height of the main tower? The second one is that the hospital made it very clear that continuing its operations throughout the construction period was a major point for it. But if I understand it correctly, the inference correctly, it is that that will have an impact on the design, including, I gather, the height of the tower. Question is, did you guys look at the possibility of a temporary shutdown for a portion of the period, say 1 or 2 or 3 years, moving the hospital's current activities at some of the satellite facilities that you have talked about, and reconfiguring the design to a form that is less intrusive to the community than the current one is, as a result of that relocation. And my third question really is for both the hospital and the community board, which is there to be a formal process to follow up this kind of dialogue? A lot of the questions that have been raised here are technical, architectural, engineering, and so forth, and certainly would require expertise on our part to respond to. And is there going to be a formal follow-up so that we can have a dialogue of that nature with the hospital?
Bob, I would say a couple of things. We believe that to some extent this is a formal dialogue in relation to next steps. The scoping meeting is going to take place on March 2nd, this Thursday at 2 o'clock. That's a more formal component of this beginning of the process to get to ULIP certification and to go through the ULIP process thereafter. With regard to the temporary shutdown and moving to satellite facilities, we have absolutely looked at all of those alternatives, and they are economically unfeasible, and they do not work for our patient base and our patient community. And our option is, as Dr. Baker made very clear, we are intending on having ongoing operations for our hospital throughout this construction, fully mindful of what that potential impact is to everyone who's involved, including our own staff, our own employees, and the patients that will be coming to our facility. So yes, those issues have been looked at. With regard to the mechanicals, representations have been made that there are mechanicals below grade, there will be mechanicals at grade and mechanicals above grade. And that, while we are going to be presenting that, and that's part of our scoping document, and I don't want to sound, well, I can say it since my name is John, I don't want to sound like a one-note Johnny, but we're going to get to a point where that will also be reviewed as part of the process. We're making a presentation that's going to enable people to provide full commentary. And just so you know, you and everyone else has a right to appear on Thursday and make comments at the hearing before city planning. We won't have this dialogue back and forth the way we do now, but you can certainly make comments at that time. And I know we're going to be back to the community board. So.
Okay, Judith Birdie.
Good evening. A few questions. What portion of this building is being funded by public funding, by the federal, state, city government? What portion is being funded on this project by the public entities?
My understanding is that there won't be any public funding associated with this project. This is all a project that is done within the financial operations of Northwell, which is not a public entity.
Okay, that was a good question. Good answer. Now, I think Carolyn Jeffrey Engel asked a question before.
Yes.
So I'm going to skip them and go to Jim Tripp.
Can you tell us what's the range of square footage of the existing patient rooms, both single and shared? And what is the range of square footage of the proposed patient rooms, all of which are single? And how does that compare with the size of comparable rooms in other major hospitals in Manhattan?
It's Jim, right? So Jim, I would say if you look at every major expansions that has occurred recently in the city of New York, all the rooms are single-bedded rooms. So that's a fundamental point. And Dr. Baker spoke to this in a couple of our.
No, I don't have the exact number. We'll get the exact numbers for you in that.
Okay.
They do differ between the single and the double, but we can, I think Jonathan's got them shortly.
Okay,
Yeah,
that
Jim,
would be great.
what I would say is we have, right now under our present contract, we have 278 shared rooms, 172 single rooms. The single rooms and the shared rooms are smaller than the standard that would be adhered to today. The standard that would be adhered to today comes from national practice and practice in the state of New York. And it includes larger rooms for a variety of activities. One for better care for the patient, one for better access, one for better working environment, which is for real for our employees, bed clearance, things of that nature, much more functional things like better bathrooms and issues like that. So I believe.
I don't think Jim and others who have sort of asked this question are asking, is it better? It's obviously better. It's really a question of the hospital building will be a lot bigger than it used to be. And
Yes.
if there aren't more people in it, then
Exactly.
oh, is it getting bigger? Okay, the patient rooms are bigger. And the question really is how much bigger, or, and this is something that actually you supplied during the borough president's task force period, how much of the building is devoted to patient rooms now and in the future? How much in terms of area? How much of the building is labs? We know that there are going to be more operating rooms and that they are going to be larger. And it's just a sort of, it's so that people can understand that it's not just for fun that the building is so much bigger, that there are reasons why each of the parts are bigger. And it would be helpful if that information were made available to the public. As you know it today. I mean, obviously things will change between now and.
You've articulated it so well, and I really appreciate that because there is that component of everything getting bigger. The Lego blocks is what I like to say got bigger.
That's right. As
we are building this building. The numbers from regard to the question that was posed is that our current rooms are an average of around 258 square feet and will be going to 345 square feet. This is, again, not something where we're just building bigger to be bigger. These are benchmarked, as John had indicated, with national and New York State benchmarks, and also very commensurate with all of our competitive health systems and what they are building. With regard to your finer point, though, Anthony, I don't think we have right now the opportunity to provide immediately in this meeting the lab volume, the OR, that piece, but understand the desire for that and the way that we can get that to you, because we did talk a lot about that with the task force in previous iterations.
Yes, and it was actually very helpful. I just didn't have any of that quickly at hand. Okay, thank you. Nina, or Nina's iPhone.
Thank you very much. Anthony said it was good to ask a question in the I don't understand, so I'm going to say it this way. I don't understand how the doctor has said that the goal is not to have a profit, it's just to care for the patients. If this is a private entity receiving no public funding, it seems to me this has to be a for-profit venture. So could you explain that answer before? And then I would also like you to answer, will you be paying patients also from New York City, but out of city, out of state, out of country for these private rooms?
So a couple pieces. We are a not-for-profit entity, and so we are not public, and again, are nonprofit. In all of any of the money that is based within what we do every day is invested and reinvested again in our entities and our patients and our facilities and everything, and that's the nature of a nonprofit. The piece that I'm saying is not that there isn't a need to create a profit in order to exist. What I'm saying is that the single patient room does not increase the cost of care to the patient. There's no charge. There is just a room. You go to your room as assigned based on the need of the care that's required, whether that's monitoring, ICU, surgery, medicine, along those same lines. And with regard to international patients, there are models in terms of how those payments work that, again, won't be increased with regard to it being a single patient room. It will still be incorporated into the cost of the actual care that is being provided for. This is really, again, driving that value equation, the quality divided by cost. This doesn't increase that cost to the patient and really just drives the value and the quality.
Okay.
Will, is it possible that you could share the results of the poll?
Okay. So for those with worse eyes even than I, 45% gave it a 1, 18% gave it a 5, 10% 4, 13% 3, 14% 2, and 45% a 1. Just sort of save that in case we want to again. Okay, we
Thank
now
you.
have. Oh, thank you. It was good reminder. Sorry, I apologize in advance. Relosha?
Person with the name RLOHTIA who has their hand raised, look for a prompt on your screen to unmute. Otherwise, we will skip you and move on to the next person. There you go.
There she goes.
My question to you is, what is the per capita income of your patient who's using the single room?
So I don't have the answer for the per capita income of our patient population. It is certainly, again, a varied population. And I think somehow I'm not being as clear as I'd like to be about the single bedded room. It does not matter paying or not paying, whether the payer is governmental insurance, Medicaid, Medicare, Blue Cross, Oxford, International, or uninsured. There is no cost of this room when it is private in the new entity of this building. It just does not exist from that component. There is a cost to the healthcare that we provide, and that's the same as what we provide each and every day as we operate right now. But this is not an opportunity to somehow increase the overall cost of care to our patients or to try and drive a bigger profit based on single patient rooms. It's rather quite the opposite. We won't charge for that. It will be all about the care that is provided. And again, this is across the continuum of ability or lack thereof of payment.
Okay. Andy Gaspar. Make it a question.
Again, look for a prompt on your screen to unmute whenever you're called on.
I'm good. I just want to, I have a question about timing, but I wonder if the Northwell people would like to correct a statement they've made. To my knowledge, Lenox Hill is losing money, and it's been announced that of the $1.6 billion cost of this project, a large amount of it will be funded by New York State dormitory bonds, which are funded by the government. Would you like to revisit your answer to the previous question that there's no burden to the public of this building?
Yeah, because I think it's in the EAS also regarding the dormitory bonds.
Let me, Andy, let me take that. I appreciate you raising that. I was going to bring that up prospectively. Want to add to what Dr. Baker said before. In the EAS, there is a representation that there may be tax exempt financing through the dormitory authority of the state of New York, which is consistent with virtually every other healthcare entity seeking the same type of financing. Sorry for the leaving that part out. With regard to
So I'm confused. What is the impact of that?
the impact of that is that there's a whole myriad of steps that would occur before anything would ever happen in relation to even potential financing from the dormitory authority, which would involve this process, the ULURP process. It would involve the CON process at the state level. So there are multiple of layers before we would even get to the question of, are we eligible for that financing? And what would that amount be? And there's no guarantee that there would be financing.
Okay, that makes sense to me, but that does mean that you're pursuing it.
Yes. Yes, that is an option that is available to us.
Okay.
Great.
And I will
Thanks, Sharon.
apologize for having misspoke on that.
Dana C.
Hi there. Two questions. One is the space on the north side of 77th Street. I think it was referred to as space 1A. That is doubling its square footage from 23,000 to 46,000. So maybe some color on what that actually means. And then in just keeping with the other buildings or the other tall buildings in the neighborhood, how does the 400 some odd feet compare to the permitted heights of the Penoyer building and the Stern building? I think one's on the northeast corner of 78th and Lex and the other on the southeast.
So I can take the 77th Street support building. The doubling or the approximate doubling that you mentioned is allowable by current code and current zoning. The FAR is there. And so in order to do everything we can to minimize the bulk on the hospital project, we're looking to put the bulk that we are entitled to on the 77th Street site. And in terms of the other question, it was kind of asked before, and we don't have a lot of those things handy with us right now, but in future meetings, we will have those for you.
Okay, Seth Masters, please.
Anthony, may I just interrupt for a second? I just want to make sure that we're writing it down properly so we can come back to Tomas's point. What were the two buildings that the gentleman referenced?
He was citing two new buildings, one at the corner of 78th and Lexington, and the other, I guess, is across the street from it. They are essentially, this is really a question about other buildings on Lexington Avenue. And the relationship really of the, I mean, if we were to make the really deeply probe this question, the relationship of 436 feet to what the current height limit on Lexington Avenue is, which is less than it is on Park. It's, I think, 185. So the question really is, are there other taller buildings on Lexington, or is this going to really be just twice the size of everything else on the avenue, or this portion of the avenue? Okay, Seth Masters.
Thank you very much. Two questions. The first is, how much space and staff are now associated with ambulatory care that's currently delivered out of Lenox Hill and that will likely be migrating to Third Avenue? And, you know, that's not an issue that's come up yet, but I'm just curious if that is also part of this equation. Secondly, I think you're probably aware that there's a trend that is beginning to grow fairly fast, I think, towards more care delivery at home, even for rather ill people. There's a lot of work that's suggested with a lot of the new technology that's been developing, you can get real-time monitoring, and in some cases, obviously not all, that's less expensive and can produce better health outcomes. And that a lot of other hospital systems are actually exploring dramatically and trying to increase that mode of care. I'm curious how Northwell, from a strategy standpoint, is thinking about that as part of its overall plan, given that this is a fairly significant investment, $1.6 billion, in something that is an improved version of what you've been doing for, as you point out, over 100 years, but may not be the way that care is necessarily going to always be delivered in some use cases in the future. So I'd be very interested in your question, in your answer to those two questions. Thanks.
So Seth, what I would respond is a couple of different things. All the things that you said other health systems are exploring, we're already doing. So we're engaged in home care, we're engaged in hospice care, we're engaged in telehealth, we're engaged in ambulatory care and hospital-based care as well. Our budget this year will be $16.5 billion. Roughly 54% of that budget will come from non-hospital-based settings. More than 50% of our revenue now comes from considered to be ambulatory services. So we're expanding that. And it wouldn't be fair for me to say, you know, we're only doing that in Manhattan. We have upwards of at least 850 now ambulatory facilities, which include imaging, dialysis, behavioral health programs, and they're sprouting up all over the place. So that is happening independent of Third Avenue. It's happening independent of Lenox Hill, but it happens to be complementary to a lot of the work that we're doing. So number one, we're involved. Number two, we're expanding our ambulatory facilities. Number three, if you look at the patient care at Lenox and in hospitals generally, the acuity of care that's being delivered is much more intense than it used to be. So not only are we trying to minimize the administrative component and the non-clinical components of every one of these facilities, we're trying to drive everything else out. And before I came to Northwell, I didn't know what decanting was. Now I know what decanting is. And a lot of people on this call know what it is, but we're trying to provide many of those services outside the hospital-based setting to allow for the fact that we have an aging population who sometimes come in, they're sicker, they need longer stays, and that our patient experience is tied to all of that, but we are deeply immersed in every facet and component of what you were speaking to.
Just
Okay.
Well, could you address the first question though? Because some portion of Lenox Hill's current operations, I believe, are ambulatory. Is all of that going to migrate to Third Avenue and other locations?
Some of it could, but there's no, you're suggesting, and I agree with you, that we already have the ambulatory components to Northwell Health General. They're not necessarily strictly related to Lenox per se. Some of our ambulatory facilities, do they access patient care? At Lenox, yes, but our ambulatory facilities go well beyond
so
Lenox.
Certainly, we are trying to push the ambulatory components that exist within Lenox Hill to other sites and other satellite areas. We have ambulatory components that are on the block that would be involved in the demolition, and we also have ambulatory components that are scattered throughout the building within the remainder of the actual landscape of those 10 buildings that we talked about. They can't all fit at Third Avenue, so the idea that we can just take everything ambulatory, put it in Third Avenue, decrease the total amount of square footage associated with Third Avenue, take it off the block, it's not math that works, unfortunately. Because the services are greater than that total.
And Seth, it's just one last very quick point. These two projects are very significant projects for Northwell. They are standing on their own. Third Avenue is separate and distinct from Lenox. Lenox is separate and distinct from Third Avenue.
I think the question was more about duplication of services than anything else. But Pamela.
Thank you for hearing tonight. Several people mentioned the situation about parking, but I do know a little bit about hospitals, how they function and staffing. The number of people it's going to take to run this newer facility will be drastically higher. And I really don't, the parking situation in the neighborhood is dire anyway. It's almost impossible to get a car into a garage in a condo. So, I guess it's a comment, but I really think the staffing issues have to be really addressed. Secondly,
Reminder, questions, not comments.
Okay, how are you going to build this? This is a huge project. 76th Street is narrow, 77th Street is narrow, Lexington is packed. How are you going to get your heavy equipment in? How are you actually going to, where are you going to put all this equipment to build this hospital? Has that been Lexington cannot handle the amount of equipment it's going to take to build this hospital. The side streets you want your hospital to function, so those two side streets have to stay open. How are you going to do this?
One of the largest chapters in the environmental review, and we agree, this is a very, very complicated construction project. It's going to occur, as we've indicated, over a long period of time. Some of the work's going to be inside of the building, some of it's going to be outside of the buildings. But at every stage, they're going to need to be thinking about what kinds of construction protection measures they are, how long they will exist on the streets, and what the consequences of those construction measures will be. So part of the analysis that we'll be doing, we'll be looking at answering your question. one, how is it going to happen? How can you actually do this given its location? And then secondly, what are the consequences to the neighborhood by virtue of doing the project?
I think the question, an allied question to this might be, have you yet engaged a construction manager to speak about construction logistics with you?
Right here.
Yes, yes. Yes, I'm here. I'm the quiet guy, but nevertheless, I do have to say my initial answer is that this is not atypical for construction in the streets of New York City. I work for a large company. We do a lot of work. I personally only build healthcare, but we do have divisions that do high-rise residential throughout the city. The logistics, the equipment, the means and methods are all going to be custom tailored to the needs of this particular project. But I can tell you that those means and methods are well established because of all the work that we've all seen going on in New York over the last 20, 30, 40 years.
And that might be the problem.
Exactly.
In community, in this district alone, we have almost 9 either healthcare institutions or life science institutions. At any point in time, they're modernizing. All of them say that they are part of this community and that they have been here for a very long time. You know, I have a question. I'd like to know, is there any coordination between any of the 9 healthcare institutions in terms of when they do their build outs? And by the way, the build outs are almost never less than 10 years. It could be almost 2.5 decades. So I'm curious, one question that I have, I'm curious to know whether or not of the 9 institutions, healthcare or life science institutions, has there been or is there any coordination in terms of when these programs, when these build out programs begin and end?
Sharon, I'll take a stab at that one. I think the simple answer is to some extent we all coexist. And I think I'll say that we're all mission driven. We may come down at things differently, but if we're going to be discussing with anyone what our plans are and where we want to be and how we want to do things, we don't need to be doing that with the health system. We need to be doing with you at the community board. We need to be doing with the public at large. And we need to be working with all the agencies that can make the decisions as to whether or not we are meeting whatever the rules and guidelines and laws and regulations are. The other stuff may be complementary, but it doesn't, I don't want to sound glib, it doesn't matter compared to New York City Department of Planning, the MTA, and all the other agencies that we need to deal with in order to help bring this about.
Okay.
I have a question for Melanie. Melanie, during the presentation, there was information regarding the project receiving 2 zoning floor area bonuses. One is the transit improvement bonus, and then also the hospital special permit that would allow a 20% bonus. I'm interested in knowing, for example, how much additional floor area, not only in floor area, but also in square footage, how much would the project receive? And that's it. That's my question.
Yeah, so it's roughly 200,000 square feet. And if you want a precise number, I'm going to do the math right now.
So that's for the 2 bonuses, Melanie?
But let me do the math because I don't want to be off. 206,892 square feet.
Okay, thank you, Melanie.
Sure.
That's what I got. Judith Steckler.
Hi. I'm so old, I watched Wallman being built, Eurus being built, Lehman being built, and the library, which used to be the library. Manhattan is built on schist. You have a small hospital, God knows, I remember when it was small, in between subway tracks and Metro North tracks. And I'd like to know how far down you intend to go. I know that Wallman has a basement and a sub-basement. Are you planning to go deeper? What is your plan? In other words, Northwell is the biggest employer in New York State. Ergo, it is a business. It has to make money. We now have people called hospitalists in hospitals, and they like to take elderly
Judith, excuse me.
and get them
With
out.
all deference. The question that you asked was, how deep will the basements go? That was the question. Everything else was commentary.
And we can answer that directly. Where we're building the new construction, it is our intention not to go lower than the current facilities that are there. And certainly it is to avoid the schist that you talk about.
Great, thank you. Gimbal is next.
Thanks very much. And I appreciate the presentation. I think I heard that this proposed project would take about 11 years of construction, starting at many days at 7 a.m., continue on Saturdays and certain Sundays. And the first question I have is there any other hospital project that you are aware of in a dense residential neighborhood like this one that has required 11 years of construction and imposed that cost on the surrounding community? The second question I have is there any other project that you are aware of that has required so much disruption to the surrounding neighborhood and added only 25 patient beds?
You know what, I guess I'll take a stab at that. I think that the questions you're raising, again, I'll go back to the environmental impact process that we're going to be going through starting Thursday. Everything that you're raising and a number of your neighbors and colleagues are the threshold questions and the fundamental questions that will be involved in that review.
Okay. We have Lo Vandervalk.
Yes, my name is stuck some water. My name is Lo Vandervalk. I represent the Carnegie Hill neighbors, and our area is far away from Lenox Hill Hospital, but we are part of the Upper East Side, and we're near Mount Sinai. I would like to ask, do you plan to incorporate ambulance siren noise in your environmental impact process? And could you make clear what part of that noise may be the result of competitive behavior between hospitals to gain patients? And finally, will you be prepared to take the initiative in seeking new technologies and new protocols to eliminate ambulance noise in the various seasons of the year? Thank you.
I think the one thing at a technical level, that sounds like a comment on the draft scope of work for the EIS. And so we will think of it as that, and we'll respond as part of that analysis.
I think our Center for Emergency Medical Services is consistently looking at how we can improve our ambulances, whether that's sustainability or otherwise, and noise, and how can we really make them better with both the patient's care that they're able to provide, as well as to the environment. And that's in the totality of understanding the disruption that can be caused by them. So yes, I think that we're consistently dedicated to the improvement in the innovation and technology side of things.
I'm going to ask a question and then we'll go to the next questioner. Emergency room is currently located on the ground floor and you walk in and are taken care of. That didn't sound like a question. The question is that you're moving, and I understand why, given the pressures on the ground floor, you are moving the emergency room up to the second or third floor, probably third floor. And my question is, will it only be accessible by elevator, which is to say that patients who are sick or injured and walk in will have to go by elevator up to the emergency room to be seen by anybody?
So it's a great question and concern, and equally was one of mine as an emergency medicine physician. But where we have actually seen our competitors do this very successfully is at NYU. NYU during Sandy actually closed their emergency department as well as the rest of their hospital, and then refurbished and renovated their emergency department on a much higher floor. They've actually been able to do that very effectively with regard to patient care. So whether it's elevator, which would be likely the mainstay of transportation, there would be an ability to walk up, but which is, as you point out, very difficult for somebody who's injured or otherwise ill. But there are ways that we can actually do this to ensure the safety of our patients, and that's the paramount concern that we have in anything that we put into this project.
And we just say also that there will be dedicated elevators for the walk-in emergency with redundancy. And of course, there will be stairs as well.
Let's see, Boaz Galil.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Lots of interesting information. My question is, what exactly is the size of the new single room? How many square feet are they going to be each single new room? Thank you.
345 square feet.
Okay. Asked and answered twice. Diane Rary.
Yes, I was just wondering, I didn't think it was answered to well, was why wasn't some consideration made so that trucks and ambulances can't go through a building to instead of backing out onto whatever street they're backing out onto? Just seems like that's a way of accidents happening.
So the answer is it was considered. So I apologize if we didn't do a good job in really indicating that. It really gets pushed up again of what I was talking about in terms of the operation of the hospital and the current column grid that exists below grade. And this is stuff that I never expected as an emergency physician to know about column grids, but unfortunately that did inhibit the ability. I agree with you, that would be the most ideal, the drive pass and a driveway through, and it's something that we would love to continue to evaluate in many ways, but the way that we currently are, that it's not feasible.
And it's not just the structure, but it's, really all the central nervous system of the existing hospital is at the center of that block. So this is something that, we're going to continue to study, but right now that's not what is feasible.
I think a lot of the practical difficulties that people are questioning about the finished building relate to maintaining full operation. That's
common. That's true.
we have Carolyn's iPad, and then I know that Andy Gaspar was not able to ask his question. So we can let the two of them, and then I believe we can turn to the committee, to the board members. So first, Carolyn's iPad.
Yes, I believe that the west side of Lexington Avenue is a dedicated bus lane. And I don't understand how people will be able to pull over for dropping off people for the emergency room and the subway at that location.
We've been meeting with the Department of Transportation fairly regularly, and that will be ongoing communications with them. And these are things that we're having discussions with them about, and will be part of also the the draft EIS.
Okay, because that's actually, I think, that was a very good question. All right, Andy, you had a question. Did you want to go ahead and ask it? Can we unmute Andy Gaspar? There he is.
Good. I'd like to go back to the issue of timing and this 10 or 11 years that it will take to go through this. And when the question is, why will it take 10 years? The answer is that Northwell proposes to keep the hospital open and functioning while there's major demolition and construction going on, not next door, but within the building itself. And there's no question that it's hard to change tires on a moving car. Give you an idea of how difficult this is. One Vanderbilt, a 93-story building, went up in 3 years. Here we're proposing 10. Northwell has said continually that this
this is commentary.
I'm asking the question that this is a not for discussion issue of relocating. I'd like to know why that position and why not consider alternatives to 10 years of suffering for the community. We know in Second Avenue subway construction.
Thank you. I don't need to be unmuted.
It cost a lot of business.
Andy, yeah, you made a question and a comment, and I guess the simple thing is that this is our home. This is where we've been. We've had established residence here for 160 years or thereabouts, and we are part of the community, and we're going to continue to be here. We're going to make sure that we do everything conceivable to run the best operation possible while we go through the construction. And I know this came up on multiple occasions in the task force meetings. Council member Brewer, Borough President at the time, Brewers, made it clear, and that we stated quite clearly, and we'll say it again now, we're not going anywhere. We're going through what is the appropriate process to see whether or not when we'll get these approvals. And I think that's the best I can. No, I'm actually happy to tell you that because I don't want to lack clarity.
Okay. And we won't ask that question again, I promise. All right, so we have two more members of the public who have raised their hands. Justin Pascone and Nadja Barlera, and then we're going to go to the committee members.
Hi there, this is Justin. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to ask a question this evening. My question was just on jobs. I know that the presentation had mentioned the number of jobs, but I was just more curious about the types of jobs and how folks could go about getting them depending on what they were. I'm thinking specifically about during the construction period and maybe after the hospital is built. Thank you.
So we have a lot of, a great opportunity if for those who would like to work for Northwell or Lenox Hill, we certainly welcome that. And we actually have a website that lists the variety of the jobs that we have. We'll be maintaining the operations throughout, so there will certainly be an opportunity during the construction period as well as afterwards. we're going to keep consistent with our ratios in terms of the care that we provide. So again, while there will likely be some increase in staffing, I don't anticipate that it's going to be massive by any nature. Again, we're very proud of the nursing support structures that we have in place and the nursing ratios that we'll maintain. So it's a whole host of different opportunities with different requisites that we can certainly talk offline about how to make that more available to you.
I would also add in the construction phase that this will be a union-based project, and that will have give us a level of professionalism that will go a long way towards achieving our goals.
Okay. Okay, Judy Schneider.
Good evening, and thank you all for the presentation. I have two comments or questions. One, I'm assuming the answer is no from everything you've said, but I'll ask it, that there is no way that you can provide any kind of garage space underground in this building. If that's not true, you'll tell me. And my second question is, under the zoning amendments, your third amendment is to make the hospital special permit available in the Park Improvement District. Can you please tell me, as co-chair of the Parks Committee, I'd like to know exactly where the Parks Improvement District is. I'm assuming that has to do with the Park Avenue malls, but where does it extend to? Does go to Lexington, to Third? What is the district?
Sure. So there is a special district that's called the Park Improvement District, and it runs along much of Park Avenue on the Upper East Side, well south of this site and well north of the site. It extends about 100 Avenue, and so it's a special district that runs along the Park Avenue spine. There's a parallel piece to it along Madison as well, but the part that we would be, that we're talking about is on Park Avenue. And we can provide, if it's helpful, it's shown on the zoning map in the snippet that we have. We can pull out and show and provide to the community board the full range of the Park Improvement District.
And Judy, the answer is no on the parking garage.
Okay.
Can I ask a question about signage right quick?
That's a good one.
Since this is if you're within 100 feet of a residential district, you have to comply with residential district signage rules. Can you confirm that you're within 100 feet or not? And what are your plans regarding signage?
I think we can talk about as we go forward in terms of signage. I don't think there's a goal and a notion that we were going to do anything with signage that was going to be flashing or exceptionally bright or at the and zoning does not allow it to be at the top of the building, so we're not planning on doing any of that. The frontage along Park Avenue, the zoning there is currently a residential zone, and we are not changing that district at all. So we're not going to be changing the signage controls that apply on the Park Avenue frontage.
So that means then that if you're less than 100 feet, you will be complying. No, if you encroach more than 100 feet into a residential district, you'll be complying with the residential district signage rules.
So we will be complying with the signage controls that apply in each of the districts. And in fact, I think we'd be doing the signage, which is more modest. But again, if it's helpful, just from an informational standpoint, we can provide the rules that are applicable in each of the districts.
Thank you, Melanie.
That would be useful. Yeah, that would be useful.
Thank you.
Okay. Craig, later.
Thank you, Anthony, and good evening to all, and thank you for your time and endurance that you're displaying tonight by answering all of the community's questions. So I'm the co-chair of Community Board 8's Transportation Committee, and I'd like to invite you to come to a future Transportation Committee meeting to discuss the multitude of transportation-related questions and concerns that have been raised tonight and as the project progresses. So at the appropriate time, can I count on your commitment to doing so?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, I appreciate that. All right.
Craig, what I would ask in return, in anticipation of a meeting, whatever that may be, if we can get whatever the questions are in advance, it will make the productivity of that meeting increase exponentially.
Yeah, even if it's not every question.
And Craig, I'll be clear. If you send the questions and they're tough questions, we're still showing up.
Yeah, that's probably a good idea to try to get some of them out of the way in advance. So I have a bunch of questions. Many of them are just simply yes, no questions. So first off, are you receiving zoning for accessibility bonuses as part of this proposal for the upgrades to the downtown 6-train platform specifically?
We are, the stairway and the ADA elevator will receive a transit accessibility bonus. If you were asking city planning to count how much it would be worth, it would be worth about 1 FAR, about 80,000 square feet. We're asking for half an FAR, so the equivalent of about 41,000 square feet.
All right, thank you for that. Now, as you may know, the current MTA capital plan doesn't include 77th Street Station to be upgraded to be fully accessible, and that's for both platforms. Obviously, you're talking about taking care of the southbound platform, but have you discussed with the MTA whether zoning for accessibility bonuses would be possible in return for Northwell providing financial support for upgrades to the uptown platforms if it found a willing partner or property owner on the east side of the streets to work with?
We have not had those discussions.
Yeah. I mean, I think, again, certainly have done some assessment about what it would mean and how you might be able to make the northbound accessible. And it does require the use of a private property that is not controlled by Northwell. But in terms of any beyond that sort of physical study of what's possible, we haven't had the conversation.
So would you be able to comment on whether Northwell would be open to considering funding such a project if it was theoretically possible?
Craig, I don't know. Well, theoretically is a very broad term. If you're talking something that's $1 million versus $60 million, you know, we're open to discussions, but what we're focusing on is what we can control. And what we can control are the things that we spoke to directly. We accomplish those, we'll have done more than I think anyone would have anticipated.
All right, in terms of what you could achieve, just in terms of your patients and clients being able to have access in both directions, I think ideally would be part of that, but that's commentary. I shouldn't have said that. Then just to clarify, an earlier speaker talked about the possibility of a tunnel being able to be built under the platforms to be able to connect the southbound and northbound platforms. Have you specifically engaged in such a discussion and found out from the MTA that it wasn't technically feasible? I'm assuming if that were the case, it would be because of the express tracks below and it would be too deep. And if not, is there a reason that supposed infeasibility is the case?
You're right. The first part of your statement is correct.
It is the express tracks. Okay, that's what I suspected. All right, moving away from the subway then. Actually, one last subway question. Was any consideration given to providing a second entrance to the subway station, perhaps at the southeast corner of the site? And I guess that would be able to be done if you were to forego the little retail space and create a similar type of opening as you would have on the northeast corner at 77th Street.
You're asking at the southeast corner at Lex and.
Right. The premise of my question is, even with the expanded stairwell that you're proposing, oftentimes that is a very crowded station and there are still backups trying to get in and out of the station, and an entirely separate second entrance would obviously be a great community benefit. So I'm wondering if you've ever looked at the possibility of putting in a second station entrance at the southeast corner on the south side of the platform at 76th Street.
I think a fair answer would be no.
Okay. Then I'll say, would that be a possible discussion as you move forward?
I think unfortunately that proposal currently abuts a lot of what we have in terms of proposal of how the community and our patients would enter into our building, and the entire floor plans and programming of the first and second floor. So that makes it, much more difficult.
Okay. All right. So now moving away from the subway, the ambulance bays, just to be clear, are those circular or are they going to be constructed in a manner that would allow vehicles to drive in and turn around and drive out without the need to back out and reverse?
No.
So the ambulances would need to back out in reverse.
Yeah, so it's the opposite. They would back in.
They would back in. Okay. Was there ever was it ever looked at where you could have sort of a circular driveway where they could pull in and out without having to back up? That would be less disruptive.
We did, and we couldn't make it work.
Okay. All right. The receiving bays, are you committing to the 3 existing service bays that are undersized currently, that they will only be limited to small vehicles and that no vehicles will extend into the sidewalk going forward once the other 4 bays are built?
Yes, that's our intention, and we're even deepening one of the bays to make sure that happens.
Okay. And then was any consideration given to providing dedicated drop-off and pickup areas for passengers arriving by car or taxi or for-hire vehicles?
Craig,
yeah.
Could you repeat that, please?
Sure. Did you ever consider giving or providing a dedicated drop-off and pickup area for passengers arriving by car, taxis, or for-hire vehicles? Whether it be an internal space like a circular driveway situation, or some carve-out where you allow vehicles to be able to pull in so they don't block a lane or the bus lane or anything like that.
So you're talking about within the property line.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I didn't hear your answer.
Are you asking whether or not there was a thought about a drop off that actually was within the property line?
Well, that was one of the questions I had, yes. And if not, is that something that would be considered, or is it, again, that it would not work within the confines of what you're trying to do in terms of the usage of space at the ground level?
We've had a couple of preliminary and productive conversations with DOT, and the kind of resolution of what you're talking about is what's going to be worked out as we move forward with them.
All right. And that could be something we could talk more at our committee meeting. So I think that's it for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Craig. Good questions. Marco.
Thank you, Anthony. Questions about but 11 years of construction would impact a potential disruption on 77th Street. Please describe explicitly how are you planning to build the tunnel to connect these 2 proposed buildings, such as closing the street, excavation, tunneling. Remember, on the length of time, remember 2nd Avenue, they were thinking that everything was bedrock, and they had to froze the floor because otherwise it will collapse. So I need to know more or less in that direction this question. I have 3 more questions after that.
Marco, the proposed plan right now is to do an open cut on half the width of 77th Street. And once that's done, That will be reopened up for traffic, and the other half, the south half of 77th Street, will be another open cut to accommodate the construction of the tunnel.
So you're gonna pass under the sewer system?
We may have to relocate, but the plan right now is to go underneath the existing street utilities.
Okay, so the second question that I have, one of the team members said they are increasing the size of the HIV systems, which is not countable for area. And I saw your renderings, and you are using excessive penetration and small vertical elements, which is impossible to follow the building code or the energy code, which is a continuous insulation in order to obtain actually an efficiency of the building, which is creating a serious concern in greenhouse emissions. So the question is coming, do you know if the factor value of the greenhouse emissions established by DOB matches with the CEQR manual factor? If not, are you planning to comply with the new building code, or are you planning to pay the $260 fine per each carbon emissions tons?
Marco, you know your stuff. I love it. And you're a man after my heart. The illustrations you saw were just kind of preliminary. We are not going to overglaze this building and tax our mechanical systems. And to go back to a previous point, we're also not trying to game the system with our mechanical systems. We will be in compliance. I want to say, as also the architect of the Third Avenue project, Northwell is very progressively looking right now to follow local law 97, in which case we will not be burning carbon at that building whatsoever. So it's our full intention to be super, super progressive here, and we're not going to make an all glass building to make our systems really, really big and robust. So we can promise you we're going to make a very sustainable building here. That's one of our goals.
Oh, well, be careful. One thing is your wishes, and another thing is what you propose. So since we don't have exactly what you propose, it's hard to determine or hard to comment anything more about that. And now, the Lenox Hill, we will receive a lot of benefits in our area, more than 600,000 square feet. How about our community has the largest deficit of affordable housing? The housing can be provided outside, but within our community. Can you do that, something like that, or not?
The project does not include affordable housing.
But you have the floor area 12, the maximum is 10. It's just only you go 12, but you have to provide the mandatory inclusion in housing.
We are doing a community facility project, and we are seeking a bonus for the enlargement of the hospital.
Well, I have to be in disagreement with that answer. Well, now let me go to the subway. Any subway station needs two means of egress. At the time when you're gonna build a new one, which is you're going to obstruct in some way one of the means of egress southbound. So how you are planning to comply with this one? Because you know very well, first of all, that the station is, I'm traveling every single day for that line, and it's always crowded, that platform. So what happened is something is happening, an emergency is happening. How do you think these people, they're gonna evacuate in one means of egress? That's the question.
Marco, you're 100% correct that we do have an obligation to maintain two means of egress throughout. But at this moment, the MTA discussions are at very preliminary stages, and they're ongoing. There's nothing that I'm aware of that's been decided upon.
Well, that's serious concern. Thank you so much. I don't want to take your time. Thank you for your answer. I'm very unhappy with your answer, by the way. Thank you anyway.
Okay, thank you, Marco. Michelle.
Thank you, Anthony, and thank you to the Lenox Hospital team for very descriptive and complete presentation and for answering all our questions. So I have a couple of questions, but I'll jump around a little bit. I just wanted to clarify one thing for everybody listening, that we keep talking about the number of stories in a building, the number of floors, but that terminology has become obsolete because all the years we always pictured that as 10 feet high per story, and that's no longer the standard. So when you're talking about 430 feet, you're talking about what in our mind's eye in the old days was a 43-story building. So that's, to me, that's how I'm picturing the Lexington Avenue building. And to that point, let me ask you this question. Is the mechanical floor included in the height? Because was that purple band in your illustration? I wasn't clear what that was between the upper and lower floor on the tower. If that was, if there are mechanicals behind that and there are walls around it, then my understanding is it doesn't add to the height. But if it's three-sided or whatever, that it can be included in the height. So my bottom line is it 436 feet high, excluding the actual height of those mechanicals, or are those mechanicals actually included? That, if you understand my question.
The building, including the mechanicals, is 436 feet. So it includes the mechanicals.
Okay, so that's including, okay. Now, let me stay on infrastructure then while I'm thinking about this. The tunnel that you're planning to build for pedestrian access from one building to another, how much displacement will you have to do to the city's infrastructure to go underneath to build that? In other words, if there are electrical lines or plumbing lines on either side of the street, are you going to have to move those and then put them back? And what kind of interruption of service is that going to be? Can you just talk a little bit about the disruption that might cause to service in the area?
Michelle, the plan right now is to do an open cut to expose all those utilities, support them, and construct a tunnel 100% underneath the existing utilities and not disrupt them.
Okay, I thought I heard you say that, but I wasn't sure the sound of that, if that's really possible. But that's your plan, that you're not going to, that there will not be a disruption of service barring an accident or anything like that? Is that your plan?
Correct.
Okay, well, that's good to know.
And just make sure, I just want to clarify one thing, and perhaps you misspoke. The tunnel below is not for pedestrians or for the public. It is 100% exclusively for Lenox Hill Hospital staff.
Yes, I understood that.
Okay.
I understood that. Yeah. Now, let me just talk about payment for these rooms. Now, I understand completely, you said it 1,000 times, and it's clear that there's no additional cost. It's incorporated into your overall medical expense for a patient. However, insurance companies traditionally, for example, if you go to a hospital where you have a choice of a shared room or a single room, you typically pay for that room out of pocket. So my question to you is, are you cleared with the insurance companies, and that includes Medicaid and Medicare, that since you are an all single room facility, that they will in fact insure or cover those patients who stay in your single rooms?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, great. The other thing is, and I have 2 more questions. The state certifies hospitals, and your ambition to keep this hospital open while you do 11 years of construction, with all of what construction means, the noise, the dirt, the heavy machinery, the drilling, the debris in the air, everything that means, are you certain that you can get certification from the state for the safety and well-being of the patients that you're treating during this very, very, very difficult and invasive and intrusive time?
Michelle, the answer is yes. If we didn't believe that, we wouldn't be pursuing this.
Can you elaborate on that? Are you putting special air filters in? How are you doing noise mediation, mediation?
Right.
I mean, we've been in circumstances in our private homes or wherever, where next to a construction site where it can be unbearable. And now you're talking about a sick population. So are you doing any noise, soot, air, filter system, anything like that to mitigate these concerns?
So the answer is yes. And, you know, I'd like to just reinforce again that safety and therefore quality is, again, the bedrock on which we sit. And that's imperative to our patients. They need to be safe throughout this entire process. And so the answer is yes and yes, and a thorough investigation into what that should be.
Okay, so you are doing mitigation to address that issue.
Correct.
And we will be doing testing during construction.
Correct.
Right, about
Okay.
air quality, vibration, noise monitoring. So all those things will be done as well.
And if they exceed limits, how will you mitigate when you're in the middle of building a building?
Whatever the instance is where we exceed it, this is something that's constantly monitored throughout the process. Throughout the project, that process or that incident has to stop then. And we, as the builder, have an obligation to come up with a more stringent mitigation plan to meet the codes. There are codes. This is all regulated, your concerns.
Okay, I appreciate that. Who's monitoring you? The
There's a-
state? Is it the state that's monitoring you? How is that done?
It's a third party, uninterested, if that's the right word, agency that will do the monitoring.
And they're employed by you?
They're employed by the,
Who pays them?
but by Northwell will be responsible for that engagement.
Okay. 2 questions and then I'm done. Are some of your ORs ambulatory ORs specifically? Or not? Or don't
So-
you differentiate?
Yeah, we don't differentiate by OR. What we have to do is differentiate by the concerns we have for the patient in particular. So we have really pushed as much ambulatory care out of the building in the majority. So around 85% of our ambulatory surgery is done outside of Lenox to date. But there are patients whose medical conditions actually it behooves us to do within the hospital for their safety.
Okay, so the ORs will be both. Last question, I promise. Talk to me about all the staging areas. You're going to need staging areas on 77, 76, and Lexington. Typically, a staging area takes 1 lane of traffic. If you need cement trucks, you have to bring them in. You have to keep them moving and you have to bring them in on some kind of a continuous basis. As with, you know, all of your construction materials, you'll need a crane, probably on the Lexington Avenue site, because you're going up so high. Talk to me a little bit about staging on each of the streets, because you are dealing with 3 very narrow streets. Lexington is also a transit hub, bus lanes, whatever. So talk to me, you do have to take a lane to do this. So your ambulance bay, which you're going to keep open, is going to have to cross a staging area for ambulance entry. Now, I recognize these are probably solvable problems, although very difficult to solve. But could you talk to us a little bit about how you're planning to solve them?
Michelle, I can. Right now, the plans are still preliminary, but we have a site logistics plan that incorporates all the provisions that are necessary to accommodate the construction of the program. It includes sidewalk bridges, it includes fencing, it includes gates for entrance and exits of the trucks to deliveries, whatever it may be. It's all accommodated by flag people that will regulate the flow of pedestrian traffic, car traffic to accommodate the ins and outs. But to one of your last points was that there is a lane closure currently required on all 3 streets, and that is what's indicated on the preliminary documents.
So, and again, and I'm doing sort of my repeating in my side, but this is going to be, construction is going to be a significant component of the environmental review and all of the staging concepts and the timing and when there'll need to be a lane closed in one place versus another will be analyzed as part of the EIS. And so that we know that is a concern. We know that it's going to be a fair amount of time is going to be spent on that. And I expect we'll have many conversations and that those staging plans will get revised as the process moves forward as well.
Right now.
Okay, thank you. And should we all be alive and well when this is over? Will you come back to us to talk about how you handle the loading and ambulance bays at that time? And I'm looking forward to being around to ask you those questions. So thank you very much.
Okay, Rita.
I'm looking forward to being around too. First of all, thank you for the presentation. Thank you for your patience. I'm sure that all the questions that need to be asked have already been asked, but I've got to do my job. So what I want to do is focus on the community after your building is open. And what are the guarantees? Because we know that insurance companies do not pay for private rooms, for single occupancy rooms. What are the guarantees that you can show that that Medicare and Medicaid will pick up the tab in a single occupancy room?
So the guarantees are actually based on the regulation of Medicare and Medicaid. And this isn't a new concept that we don't see in healthcare across the United States. So we're not the first institution that would move to all single bedded rooms. This is actually very common throughout healthcare in all 50 states, and equally is paid for in that regard by governmental insurances, private insurances, and across the board. So it's not something that's a supposition or a hypothesis. It's something that we know to be true.
To what Dr. Baker is saying, it's already happening. It's already happening in Lenox. We told you we have 172 single rooms. At least 60% of our revenue that comes to Lenox Hill Hospital comes from Medicaid and Medicare. So that single rooms, private rooms, however you want to describe them, they are already paid for in Lenox and every other major health institution in the city of New York and frankly across the country. And by the way, that trend, it's not going down, it's going up. The portion of Medicaid and Medicare that's being paid for all of these healthcare facilities, there's very, very, very few that are diminishing. Most of them are on the trend upwards.
You are singing to the choir. I have just spent a night sharing a room with a man who snored, but
Rita, we're trying to help you.
I know. I hope I could last that long. I wish you luck. I do know that outside of New York, single occupancy rooms are the rigor and not the exception. But New York is it's a different animal. It just is. And I just want to be sure that the community will be solved.
It certainly is, Rita. It is definitely a different animal. But to John's point, which was excellently made, Medicare already pays for a single bedded room in our current hospital. Whether or not a hospital chooses to add an additional charge for that option when there are shared or single patient rooms available, or again, the need is present, but Medicare already does pay for that, a single patient room.
I have had both of my children at Lenox Hill in private rooms, and they didn't pay 100%, but that was okay. They're now old enough to pay for me.
Okay, thank you, Rita. We have Elizabeth Rose and then Ed Hartzog.
Thank you. I actually want to thank the Lennox, the Northwell staff who are here, who have basically just explained why one of the reasons why the cost of healthcare in this country continues to increase substantially without actually changing outcomes. But let me ask some very specific questions. The first is the Medicare reimbursement rate when you have a patient in a double room today different? The Medicaid reimbursement rate, is it different from the rate per patient than for a patient who is in a single room today?
So I cannot quote our specific rates, but my understanding, again, is that the Medicare reimbursement rate is irrespective of whether or not you are in a double or a single patient room, whether or not a hospital or other entity decides to put on an additional charge, which is outside the insurance payment model, based on that room availability and its accessibility, is a different story.
I think that it would be useful for all of us to get some facts on that. That would be helpful. I'm not sure that that aligns with my personal knowledge. Separately, let me go on. You've mentioned several times the size of the proposed single rooms in the new building. They are 345 square feet, I think you said, which is probably larger than the average New York City apartment's living room. So you've justified this by saying that these are national standards. Well, we know that the average national new home size is somewhere between 2,000 and 2,500 square feet, whereas the average in New York is less than 1,000 square feet. The average hotel room in New York is probably between half and 2/3 the size of the average hotel room nationally. So, and I suspect the same trend holds true, the same relationship holds true for offices, retail stores, restaurants, just about any imaginable space in New York compared to those industries' national standards or national averages. So why is national standard here the appropriate standard? What is the minimum square footage required to meet bed clearance needs? What is the minimum square footage required for physician access to a patient room with its equipment? And how does the minimum compare to the 345 square feet?
I don't have those minimums numbers for you, and so we can certainly get you the minimums. I appreciate your commentary with regard to that. I mean, it's clearly spot on. As a New York City resident, I understand exactly what you're saying. With that said, again, it's not all national, but also New York standards. And then we also have to look at the benchmarks that are surrounded by quality, which are nationally based equally. So we don't, we are attempting to base the care that we're providing to each of our patients, again, as imposed in many ways by the quality standards, which heavily based on Medicare, and which is a U.S. governmental entity. So equally, that's where some of these go towards a more of a national benchmark. But we can certainly get you the minimums on what these look like. I just don't have them for you this evening.
And one way I would stress that is a serious cardiothoracic surgery in Manhattan compared to Wisconsin takes the same equipment, the same amount of staff, right? The same procedures. So it really does even out nationally, even though people.
I didn't ask about the surgery rooms. I asked about a patient room. Those are two different things.
Yeah, Elizabeth, we didn't look at these things in isolation. We're looking at standards, we're looking at practice, not only in the state of New York, but across the country. I think we're somewhere probably respectfully in the middle with regard to what some of the broader numbers are. Dr. Baker spoke, I think, eloquently to this during his presentation about the size of the patient rooms, the ORs and the ERs. We're not at the maximum, but we can get you, I want to make sure we're answering your specific questions.
Well, I think the specific question is, what is the necessity for being above where you need to be when that imposes significant impact on the surrounding community? And it imposes cost. And I think that's, while in each specific, your responses are accurate, in how you are responding to them, they are not, they're not respectful of the context of what you are trying to impose through this process on local residents. And I think, and I will speak as someone who, delivered my children in a local New York City hospital in this community. We all have needs for medical care that we look to our local hospitals for. But there is a difference between we need this space because it will make people have a better experience in the hospital, and we need this space because it will change the outcome of the medical care. And I think that's where the imposition of this scale of a building, it is out of relationship to, or it appears to be and is perceived to be, based on all of the questions you're hearing, the increase in the scale of this building is disproportionate to the improvement in medical outcomes that will result. And so I think what you're hearing this community saying is, while we all would love to have large, lovely, relaxing, beautiful spaces in which to work, live, and recover from our medical needs, there is a difference between what will actually change the medical outcomes coming from your hospital and the size and scale that is being proposed.
Yeah, I understand your concern, and I think that we hear that, and I think that we understand where that concern is coming from. I think I see things differently, and I respect your opinion, but I'm wholeheartedly of the mindset that it does actually change outcomes, both clinically, but I also feel very strongly about
How will you quantify that?
experience being equally part of that outcome. And I see that on a regular basis as the medical director for patient experience for the entirety of Northwell Health, and how we look at that and how we look at the intertwining of patient experience, or really more importantly, the human experience, quality, and then safety throughout the hospital. And so again, there are lots of pieces that showcase this is better care. With regard to what that tracks to, we're consistently looking to push outcomes regardless.
Okay. Ed.
Thanks, Anthony, and thank you, folks, Northwell, for your patience, and everybody who's asked some very insightful questions. I'm so glad I followed Elizabeth Rose, because she expressed, I guess I have a question, and I have more of a concern that is implicitly has questions inside of it. And just to build upon Elizabeth's questions, concerns, issues that she raised, yeah, I mean, I think she articulated it very well. Going back to the slides of your presentation, you had how much square footage you're using currently for 450 beds. And I was struck, I think it's somewhere around 800,000 square feet. You don't have to go back to the slide, but I think I wasn't writing it down. And you're adding something to the effect of, I don't know, 600,000 square feet, and you're adding 25 beds for that. So the quick math on that is, most people, to dovetail on Elizabeth, we're sitting here going, okay, 25 beds for 600,000 square feet versus 450 for 800. It's like, wow, I'm sure that's all going to get balanced out. But to her point about care, and I don't mean to backseat drive, and we don't mean to Monday morning quarterback, but it's implicit in what we do as community board members. Just maybe to express a concern as to the space. These hospitals, said hotel, by the way, the average size of a hotel room in New York City, I looked it up on Google, it's 300 square feet in New York City, according to Google. 300 square feet is the average hotel room size. My mother-in-law was recently in a hospital out in Queens. And I must tell you, it was a palace. I mean, the palace and hospital, I shouldn't use that rhetorically, but I mean, it was beautiful. I mean, it was in quite an incredible room, but the sheer space of it. And I guess as co-chair of the housing committee, space is a very sensitive issue for those in housing, because we have so little of it, and you're getting quite a bit of it, and none of it is going to housing, as Marco, I think, raised the issue. And I guess since you're coming back, I'll get to the point here is I would just like to add another voice to the so many that's gone before as to space and how, as a community board, we're going to be asked to weigh in on this project, I guess, just in whatever, give our opinion. And I'll tell you right now, they always accuse me of being NIMBY right out of the gate. To those who say that, I'm a 2 on the survey. I'll own it. I put in as a 2. I'm part of the 14%. But I guess what I'm saying is, whatever your answers have been, haven't been satisfactory to me as to this issue of balancing the tension that comes with space. And to build on that, some of the questions, I think, from one of the last people who came from the public, and has been implicit in the other questions about space and time, is 11 years for building. I endured the 2nd Avenue subway as a resident of 74th and 2nd, and that was brutal. And, I was displaced out of the garage. It's what it is. You move to New York and, it's the implicit social contract that you make. I say that to everybody who comes. It's what it is, right? However, there's a point, right, with the noise and the pounding and what's going on. 11 years. And I would just, again, to the Monday morning quarterbacking, ask you to consider the pounding and the quality of life of the patients. That's great. But how about the greater 250,000 people who live in the neighborhood and the quality of life that they will have to endure for 10 years for the 475 beds that will benefit down the road? And I just simply ask it to throw out there to you as you balance it out, how you come back to us to answer that question. Because right now it hasn't satisfied me. And I don't ask you since I've been going on and on. My question that you can answer is about traffic and cars and the influx of that. And with congestion pricing coming and the fact that we're losing parking, as Judy Schneider pointed out, she asked about it, and others have, how many parking spaces are we going to need for the incredible increase in staff that you're going to need to man all of this space? Now, this is a real question for you. You can answer maybe. How many people are coming by cars? And this is going to add to the ton of people, some believe, are going to be circling our streets looking for a parking spot so they can hop on a subway to go south of 60th Street instead of paying $23 a pop. And I'll stop. Sorry for the long dissertation. I'll stop. Thank you all. And if you can answer the thing about the cars, that would be great. And I'll listen to your answer about space, I guess, at your next presentation. Thank you for your patience.
So one
Thank
of the
you, Ed.
things that the environmental review will be looking at would be any incremental traffic that is the result of the project. And that means if there are additional patients, if there are additional staff, it will do an allocation and assumptions about how those individuals are coming to the site. So, some will be coming on the subway and they'll add additional people there. Some will be walking, they'll be adding additional people to the sidewalk, and some will be driving, and they'll be adding additional cars to the surrounding network. So all of that will be analyzed. And as part of the transportation traffic analysis, there will also be an assessment, depending on the numbers, about the effects on parking as well. So all of that will be included in the analysis, and we'll be looking at the specific concerns that you're raising.
Okay. Sherry Weiner has not asked a question yet. So Sherry.
Yes, I want to thank you for remembering this in this presentation, yet you're actually appearing before our Zoning and Development Committee. As I recall, in the last presentation, you were telling us how wonderful the hospital was going to be, but at least this time you did address zoning and development. One question I had, as I was thinking about the last presentation, there was an indication that you were going to have chandeliers in each room, which led us to be thinking that perhaps you were looking to attract an international clientele. So my question is, has in your market analysis of who your patient base will be, what percentage do you expect to be coming from New York, from, I guess, the Northeast, and then how many international patients are you anticipating based upon the fact that your rooms will be of basically a luxury nature, in my opinion?
So I'm not quite certain I know where the chandelier piece came in. We haven't designed the room, so that isn't our intention to put chandeliers in every room. And I'll be very clear that the intent is not building a luxury hospital. The intent is building a hospital that's commensurate with providing world-class care. And that's focused on certainly some technologies that will be in the room, and the opportunity to, again, really have the partnership of friends and loved ones in there, and that communication piece around the goals of care. So there are a whole host of pieces there, but the room itself hasn't been designed, so I can't speak to
Right, okay, you're saying this is a world-class hospital. How many world-class hospitals does New York need? So I'm asking, what in your studies of where you anticipate your patients to come? I'm just curious how much you anticipate coming from New York and the Northeast and from elsewhere. Just curious.
We're not anticipating a major change in where our patients come from. There's not an intent to build this building to attract more international clientele or to actually attract a Northeast corridor clientele. Over 75% of our patients come from the 5 boroughs. And then when you go outside of that, there's component pieces that live within the tri-state area as well as in northern Westchester. So there isn't an intent to try and change that distribution. We'd like to be consistent. We've been consistent, really for the past myriad of years, and are moving forward in that regard.
Thank you.
Okay. See, Will has his hand up.
I do. And I want to be respectful of everyone else. I have a very simple question. The tunnel, will that require a DOT revocable consent?
It will.
Yes.
Okay. I assumed, but underneath was different than on top usually. I don't know. Thank you.
Yeah. Good question. Okay. It looks as though Michelle would like to ask another question.
Thank you, Anthony. I would. Look, it's very obvious. You've been listening for a few hours. The big issue here is your Lexington Avenue building is too big. Nobody wants it that big. It's too much bulk. It's too much area. It's too high. It's too everything. Nobody wants it. That's what this comes down to. So the question is, I have another question following this, but the question is, that being the case, what can you do about that? Can you lower the ceilings? Can you do with less space? And I don't want to, somebody had mentioned NYU and how they moved their ER, but that's in a different building. NYU is in a flood zone, and its mechanicals were in the basement. And so when we had the hurricane, they got flooded out, and they had quite the disaster, if you will recall, them bringing patients down in the middle of the night, loading them into ambulances and bringing them to other hospitals. They, by necessity, had to make that arrangement. I'm not so sure that the ER on a second floor in the middle of the island of Manhattan that doesn't have that same issue is such a wise idea. And I'm not the hospital architect here, but I think that you should go back and look at that. I don't think that's a great idea. But the bottom line is the building is too big.
Let's have them answer your question. Let's have them answer your question.
Yes, I was repeating it. Yes. What's the mitigation?
Michelle, the mitigation is that we're at the very beginning stages of this process. And we are here because we want to be here. We're here because we want to have this dialogue. And we've heard the comments. And we will regroup and we will have further discussions. There's a lot of valid points that have been raised, but Thursday is a very important day. And every day thereafter is a very important day as part of this process. We're not
So
coming in.
Michelle's first question was, what can you do about the building? Because there is a general sense that it's just too bulky, too much mass. What can you do about the building? That was her first question.
You know, so we have been at this for a while. We did come to you all before. We had a project that was, frankly, it was taller. We've worked hard to think about how we could change the scale and change the profile of the Lexington Avenue building. We were able to reduce it by 80 feet. We did that through a few things, including changing the floor to ceiling height of each of the floors. So they had been 16'6", something like that. They're down to 15 feet. The thing that hospital rooms need and beds need is perimeter wall space. And so that's really the challenge that we're working with. It's a project that needs to be state of the art. It's a project that needs to have an element that has four sides that's close together, so you can actually have a viable floor plate that has beds and it has support staff in the middle. So we think that we've done what we can at this point, knowing that this conversation is going to be going on for the next 5 months before we get certified, 6 months before we get certified, and when we get certified, and that this will continue to be an issue. I think what we can do, and it stated kind of quite nicely, I think, by Ed and Elizabeth, that there is this tension between sort of what a hospital needs and what the benefit is, and what the effect is on the community. And I think what our jobs will continue to be through this process is thinking about that balance and trying to articulate our position and trying to create the best healthcare situation that we can, you know, understanding that we're asking for a larger building than exists today, and larger by an appreciable amount going forward. So I think that's what we can say at this point, knowing that the conversation's going to continue.
Thank you so much for that, Melanie.
Thanks. Sharon, I have
will
another
tell
question.
you. Yeah,
I'm sorry.
okay, that's right. That's right. Go ahead, Michelle.
Okay, may I? Yeah, so my understanding is you as the developer of the project will be doing the EIS?
Correct.
Okay,
so that signed off, just to be very technical, the agreement or the environmental impact statement is actually accepted and signed off by the city. So you're really doing it, the lead agency has to review it and sign up on all of the chapters.
Okay, so they review your results and your answers, because this is not only directed to you. Who does the EIS and pays for it is always a concern and a consideration, because it's sort of a self-certification. You know, I've seen massive projects, and then when the question comes, it says, is there any effect on traffic? And they check the box no. And of course, anybody with any common sense knows there's going to be an effect on traffic. So if they're monitoring you very carefully with the CIS, I'm very happy to hear that. I hope we have the ability to have a copy of that. That would be terrific if we could have that. Is that possible that we can have that?
So we're at step one on the environmental process. So the scoping meeting that happens on Thursday is looking at a document which is not the EIS. It is a document which says these are the things that we are going to be analyzing in the environmental review, based on the fact that we're creating a new hospital that's going to have a larger building on Lexington Avenue. It's going to have renovation on Park Avenue. It's going to assess all of the effects of that project.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I thought you were done. I have another question.
Yeah. So So the comments that will get incorporated to, on the scope are things that will basically be using those to inform the creation of the actual environmental impact statement. So we talk about what's going to be covered in the hearing. We get a bunch of comments from the community and from the public. We respond to those comments, create a final scope of work, and use that to inform the environmental review. And
But we can get to see that.
And so you get to see that.
Okay.
It's just you don't get to see it today because
No, I
have
get
6
that.
or 7
No,
months to go.
I appreciate it. My last question, I promise. You mentioned we have the Park Avenue Special District. My understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, because you certainly know better than I, that covers Park Avenue and then in 100 feet into the block, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so the big building that you're building on Lexington has nothing to do with the Park Avenue district.
That's correct.
Okay, so you were just referring, when you say that that the buildings that are within 100 feet east of Park are being built in the special district, but how does that affect how they're being built? There are special restrictions in the Park Avenue district. Can you address how being in that district is affecting the way that building is being built?
Yeah, I'm struggling only because I'm trying to sort of understand. Honestly, it's simply a fact that a portion of this zoning lot, the 100 feet that is east of Park Avenue, is within the Park Improvement District. From a control standpoint, that portion of the site allows for development to a height of about 210 feet. There's controls about sort of how you fit. And frankly, everything that we're doing with some minor adjustments at the lower levels, it's below that height on that side of the site. So
it's mainly the height, it's mainly the 210 requirement, which is on Park, extends 100 feet into the block. And you are abiding by that.
We're abiding by that. I don't want to be incomplete. There are some minor adjustments to the street wall height, generally to allow for lower portions than it's required. But from an overall height standpoint, we would be abiding by the 210-foot height on Park Avenue.
I'm sorry, I missed what you said about the lower portion.
No, it's going to be very confusing. So there are actually, if you look at the existing buildings where we're not changing them substantially, those buildings are lower in certain areas than the minimum street wall requirement for Park Avenue. You're supposed to have a height of 125 feet, a maximum height of 150 feet, then you can set back going up to a height of 210. The existing buildings don't comply with that minimum street wall requirement. So
and you're not having any setbacks.
We're not making substantial changes to it, but we're reauthorizing those recesses that exist today.
Okay, thank you very much.
I'm sorry, it's confusing, but
no, that's all right. Thank you.
Okay. I'm getting tired. But it looks like Elizabeth Rose would still like to speak.
Is it to me?
It is.
Okay, so I would just like to ask a clarifying question about something that the last speaker just said. Are you saying that there will be no height variances, that you will be abiding by the current height restrictions on Park Avenue, meaning the large, wealthy avenue, and all of the variances are on Lexington Avenue, which is a narrower street that is highly service-oriented towards a local and more diverse population? So as in all things in New York City, the wealthier you are, the more protected you are, and the less wealthy you are, the more your needs are overridden?
I would not say that. What I
How would you say it then?
I would say
Since you are completely complying with height standards on what is objectively a wider avenue where the value of real estate and the average income of residents is substantially higher than the avenue where you are proposing to build a building that is more than double the current height standards, that is objectively a narrower avenue, that is more congested with foot traffic and public transportation.
So
how else would you describe that?
From the initial proposal until today, when you looked at the map and you looked at the site, there are a number of buildings. There are 10 buildings that make up the hospital today. All of the old buildings, all of the smaller floor plate buildings are along Lexington Avenue. From the initial conception of this project, the project and the proposal had been to locate a new hospital building where the facilities of the hospital were the most obsolete. That has been on Lexington Avenue since the beginning of time, and it continues to be that today. When the project was originally proposed, there in fact was substantial construction on Park Avenue in the form of a market rate residential building. When that part, which created considerable concern amongst the community, and we heard that loud and clear, we looked at doing a reconception of the plan, which did not include a residential tower, and focused, as we had from the beginning, on doing new development on Lexington Avenue. And the consequence of taking out a market rate building was a renovated project along Park Avenue.
But why not spread the new construction across both parts of the parcel, which would result in lower height across on the Lexington Avenue side? Why
Yes.
not affect both parts of the project equally?
Understood that concern and the pieces about the operation of the facility while we continue to construct. And there are components, as Melanie said, as to the need about the aged facilities on Lexington. There's also components about what exists in those buildings that is not direct patient care, meaning it's not active beds at the moment, that can be utilized in a fashion that allows us to continue to use the beds that we do have to provide the care. I understand your concern from that standpoint, but there is an operational component piece that is both based on the longevity of buildings that build years, as well as the hospital operations, regardless of whether it happens to be on Park or Lexington.
What I'd say is there is always a convenient explanation that ignores equity. Always.
Yes, thank you, Elizabeth. I just, again, I think Lenox Hill Hospital team, what you are hearing from the community is that your commitment to maintaining full operations of the Lenox Hill Hospital throughout the 11 years of construction has hamstrung your design to the point where you have had to dump all of the new construction onto Lexington Avenue. And it is that operational component that in fact is driving the entire project. That's what we're saying we don't like.
Understood, and yet that operational component is also the key to the exact reason that we exist, and that's our patients.
I understand. I'm just saying that's what it is.
And well put.
I think Craig wanted to make another comment.
Yeah,
Um,
and then maybe, because it's already, almost
You bet.
10:15, we might want to open it up to, the public for anyone who wants to give their,
I think we've had
their
lots of
opinion,
comments.
as opposed to continuing to ask clarifying questions. What do you think, Anthony?
I think we've had lots of commentary tonight, and I think we might want to, in fact, look at taking this up again, not next month, but perhaps the month after. Next, just for everyone, all 93 of us are still here. Next month, we are going to have a similar presentation from MSK on a project that they would like to build. They are, in fact, a little bit earlier in their process over on York Avenue, and which will obviously occupy all of our attention next time. Anyway, Craig.
Simple question, and I apologize if someone asked this before. Is there going to be any type of community space as part of this project? Whether it be an auditorium, conference room, or something of that nature that I know other facilities have?
The exact, am I on?
Start over.
The answer is yes. And, we're still designing the building. The exact features of it are unknown, but we do want to support the community within the building.
Okay, I look forward to seeing that. That is it for me.
Okay, thank you, Craig. I don't know. What do you think, Sharon? Ed. We've got Ed again, and then we're.
Anthony,
thank you. Thank you both. I just wanted to ask about satellite locations very quickly and discreetly to the team. I am struck by the 11 years. Construction always takes longer. You're not the Parks Department, I will grant you, but things just happen over a long period of time. And if the alternative is 3 years, as I think someone suggested or posited, I'm just curious, maybe the next time you come back, as to why, because you seem to have so many satellite locations around the city. I think on one of the slides, again, early in your presentation, you had them. Maybe you could explain or answer why using those satellite locations just for 3 years isn't better than the 11 years. That's all. That's all I have to say. I mean, even the Yankees played in Shea Stadium for 2 years. All right, thanks.
Thanks, Ed.
Okay. Getting on to.
I think we should. Yeah. I think we should hear from the public for a few minutes and then put on our pajamas.
All right, Sean G, Stephanie Reckler, and okay, Mike Biowitz, and then Mark.
Yeah, hi, hello. Yeah, so first off, I mean, I'd like to just state that I, 100% agree with some of the positions that Elizabeth Rose came up with. There's just, it's, as far as a 12-year, 11, 12-year impact on the local community, it's humongous. And I just got to wonder whether or not, what degree of thought has been put into, sequentially shut down portions of the operations of the facility in order to actually do a comprehensive rebuild instead of doing piecemeal while maintaining operations in the property. It seems like it's they could be approached in a more logistic manner in order to be able to get significantly more return on investment for the redevelopment work and less negative impact on the community. And secondly is, that it's, really a big focus on Craig's comments as far as the design for the redevelopment and incorporation of, circular vehicular traffic incorporated into the redevelopment so that you're minimizing the impacts on the neighborhood so that you don't have the ambulances and the personnel vehicles, everything coming in and congesting all the traffic going along 77th and 76th, which we have to a significant degree nowadays. That's something that should be factored into the redevelopment. And then you've got, and I kind of took offense. I felt it was disingenuous on the part of the Lenox Hill reps when you guys stated, "Oh, we're in the beginning stages," but you're 3 years on this stuff. So, I thought that was kind of, out of place. I really felt that Marco raised some pretty significant issues when you were talking about the crossover between the 76th and 77th Street, or 77th, 78th. And you said, "Oh yeah, it's going to be done
That's
north."
time.
Thank you, Will. Thank you, Sean. Stephanie.
John Flanagan and your cohorts, you think about the health of the patient. You haven't given any consideration to the health of the community, the livability of the community. Also, a question, why does a patient need to come from another borough? Isn't it better for the patient and its family to be closer to their home, to make visiting easier? And as far as I'm concerned, I've never gone to a hospital as a vacation. Hospitals are not hotels. They're to fix you up, to get you out quickly. And that is the good experience. It's not the experience of a room the size of a studio apartment. It just doesn't work. I'm in favor of leveling the whole site and putting up whatever hospital you want to put up that is a better size and fit for all. Please consider this and listen to the community. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Stephanie. There he is. Okay, Mike. Mike Biowitz.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Great, thank you. What I want to get at is, and I think that this is what's come out of the whole discussion, is that whether you focus on Park Avenue, you focus on Lexington Avenue, whatever, this building is too big, it's too tall, it's too disruptive of the neighborhood. That's what you should take away from it, and to agree with something that's been said before, you really should take this back and give some thought to it. And I did want to make one other point, which is that at some point you should answer a question that wasn't asked, but should be. When you were talking about private rooms and all that, you talked about Medicare and Medicaid, and then you said, but the hospital is free to charge more. The question that you should be answering is, are you going to charge more? Okay?
Exactly. The answer is absolutely not.
Okay.
The concern is the height.
But the concern at the end of the day, my particular concern, and I think you've heard it from a lot of people, is that this building is just out of character with the neighborhood. It's way too tall. And what you should do is compare it with the area between, on Lexington Avenue, for example, between 72nd and 79th. Not the whole stretch of Lexington Avenue, because you go down Lex far enough, you get the Chrysler Building. Okay? But you should compare it with there. And this building, I think, is going to be much taller than anything else that's there. And if it isn't, you should demonstrate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Well, I guess go ahead, Marco.
Do you mind if I can speak as the last?
Sure.
Anthony? Yeah, I'm
What
going to
did,
speak.
what did he, I'm
That's fine.
sorry, what did he say?
He wants
I
to go
didn't hear.
last, so that's fine. Okay, so we have Nadia Barlera.
Hello, my name is Naja. I'm with the Laborers Local 79. I'm reading a statement on behalf of one of our members, Amina Curry, who had to leave due to the length of the meeting. I'll abbreviate it. My name is Amina Curry. I'm a resident of East Harlem and a member of the Laborers Local 79. I would like to say that many community members are not able to make these types of meetings, but they are still equally part of the community. Construction workers, healthcare workers, and patients should not be pitted against the community. We are also part of the community. I'm happy to support the Lenox Hill Hospital project. This project will create union jobs in construction that are accessible to New Yorkers from disadvantaged backgrounds, women of color, and low-income households. These jobs have family-sustaining wages and healthcare that allows us to use some of Manhattan's top facilities, such as Lenox Hill Hospital. If we want to work in the area or seek medical care in the area, we should not be kept out and excluded. So often we work in low-income jobs that don't have healthcare, but these union jobs do allow us to access high-quality healthcare, and we would like to support the project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Nadia. We have Ra.
Thank you. I just missed something. The whole Third Avenue project is not being discussed. Can you tell me why, or has that been discussed before? I'm sorry if I'm late to this, but that's going to be going on simultaneously with this project. I think it's an important part of the discussion.
I think in deference to maintaining focus, the Third Avenue project is not part of tonight's discussion. We can certainly talk about it in the future, but I think we all agreed to try and hold back from linking the two separate developments. Okay, Alana Barrington.
Thank you. So I understand the voiced concerns, but I do think it would be a tragedy for the community board to actively prevent the hospital from making its necessary improvements. The Upper East Side should not be a site of dilapidated facilities. That would just not be a good place for us or anyone to live or be around. I think it is ironic that the community board has criticized the hospital for not including affordable housing. And the reason that Park Ave is not seeing a height increase is because the community had them remove the housing component. And speaking of wealth and inequality, I think it's important that we discuss what the community means and whether we are New Yorkers first or Upper East Siders first.
Okay, thank you. Maggie Lehman is next.
Thank you, Anthony. I simply want to make a comment that what I've been hearing all night is Northwell Health seemingly making equivalent big is better. You've been talking all night about world-class health. Of course, we all want that. Upper East Siders, Upper West Siders, all 5 boroughs. This has very much been a community discussion. I haven't had the sense it's been anything but we have world-class health centers all throughout this country. Cleveland Clinic, Mayo Clinic, MD Anderson. You don't get those discussions when they make renovations or improvements that big is the same as world-class patient care. And to the extent that this new build out of the project can deliver world-class care without building a 430 plus foot building. It seems to me what you've heard is earnest, sincere authenticity here in the comments. And I have to speak to a comment I heard from, I think, someone from the public, maybe it was a board member, who used the word disingenuous. As open and as seemingly candid your attorney has been tonight, and you certainly have been in your explanations. We'd really like to see that followed with some real going back to the drawing boards. This community board 8 and the enormous community has gone through some very recent, last year and the year before, fights where the same statements and the same comments
That's
by
time.
the
That's time.
were made.
That's time.
Thank you. And we have Shirley Romick.
Thanks so much. I just want to say two things. I think that I would really implore the Lenox Hill Hospital group to put yourself in our shoes, who have to live through 11 years of pounding and drilling. And not once have I heard on this call what the mitigation strategy is for the thousands of families and young children that live here that need to travel the roads. So think about them in strollers or coming from school. There are so many schools, preschools, lower schools in this neighborhood, in the immediate vicinity. And just think about the danger that you'll be putting these children in going through ginormous construction. Sorry, that's not a word. It's late at night. So I would implore you to think about the quality of life. And that's not a small thing. It's a major thing for families with young children who have to endure this for 11 years. Would you do this to your own family? I really, I understand your point about patient care, but honestly, it just feels like a lot of hot air. It's like words you say to sound good, but so disingenuous because you have a complete lack of actual life for people who live here for 11 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I've got Elaine, and then it looks as though we have come down again to Marco. Sean, you've spoken twice. Oh, Craig. All right. Elaine, then Craig later, and then Marco.
Okay, thank you. Just a quickie. Comment was made that the community board pulled the housing on Park Avenue. The hospital pulled that piece of the project when they realized that what they wanted to do would impact and have a zoning change, but they would have to put affordable housing in that building. That's why it was pulled, because they were looking to sell that component to a developer. So I think we need to go back to some of the information we received over 3 years ago and make sure we all are on the same page as to what we want for our community. The real question on Lexington Avenue is zoning. And it's 175 feet on Lexington Avenue. They know that. But they think and are pulling whatever they can to get what they want. Yes, we want a hospital. And I must tell you, I was born there many decades ago. The issue is, and we know they couldn't transfer it, but we had all said 3rd Avenue was more appropriate for what they wanted to do and swap. They said they couldn't. They now have a piece of property that they need to build within the limits. And it is not a terrible hospital. It's outdated, but so are others. The other thing I'm concerned about with HHS building on 79th and York, the fact that they will be using the same 77th Street subway will cause major issues. And I hope that's in the EIS study. Thank you.
Thank you, Elaine. Okay, Craig.
Yeah, I just want to express a somewhat different angle to this discussion. Someone earlier used the term primary interaction in reference to the way that most of the community generally views the buildings or facilities that they don't use on a regular basis, and suggested that some in our community may view the new tower and thus the project in a negative light due to the size or appearance being the most apparent impact that they'll encounter. So I've been reflecting on this concept and what my primary interactions with Lenox Hill Hospital are. So in my case, it's my wife and son, both whom were born there. In the future, I hope it's only interactions that the only necessary interactions I have are minimized from a medical perspective, but I think it's important that our community work with its long-established institutions to ensure that they continue to be valuable assets that will help keep our neighborhood strong, so that when we do have to have a necessary interaction with Lenox Hill Hospital, it's in a space that meets the needs of patients and the families that they have. The other primary interaction that many of us have with Lenox Hill is the subway station. With Northwell proposing improvements to the southbound platform and an improved entrance for passengers, it will be a huge partial win for the community. Partial because it would be inexcusable to not find a way to make both platforms fully accessible. You heard reference to it during tonight's meeting, but there's a great amount of resentments surrounding the partial accessibility at the 86th Street station, and that's not the response that Northwell should be aiming for with this project. That's why I implore Northwell to find a way to fund and support upgrades to the northbound station. It isn't possible shouldn't be an answer. If I recall, many of the responses to the concerns raised in 2019 about the project resulted in responses suggesting that scaling the project down wasn't possible without threatening the programmatic goals or the ability to fund the project. But today's presentation proves that wasn't the case. The community deserves both world-class medical institutions and public transit facilities that could be used by all, including Lenox Hill patients that are dependent on public transportation. That would make Lenox Hill's facilities interactions with most of the community a truly positive experience, regardless of what type of interaction it is. So I applaud Northwell for presenting a much more realistic proposal and for addressing the most egregious aspects of the original plan the community rightly objected to. I look forward to our community board working with Northwell to hopefully improve upon what was presented tonight to better address the very valid building size and construction impact concerns that were raised. Thank you.
Thank you, Craig. Unfortunately, two more people, I apologize, have jumped on, Marco. Joseph, then Stacy.
I will be very, very short here. Just a quick question. Just going back, and I'm probably going to go over many things that have been said, but I mean, this is a small community, and I've been in the area only for about 40 years. But you know, Lenox Hill was a community hospital. The area around is not. It's very difficult to travel. The subway lines are one subway line going up that are always not on time and very crowded. And from a transportation perspective, we're trying to limit the amount of cars that come in. More cars to come in, we just can't handle it. I just wanted to say that. My other concern is the old buildings that will be coming down and the amount of work that's going on for 11 years. I just want to make sure that when Northwell goes through this, that they do take into account the chemicals, the asbestos. I mean, these are old buildings that are coming in. You have got families and kids walking around. It's going to be very dangerous for a long time. I just want to make sure that there are, you know, definitely controls in place for that. That's all.
Thank you.
I yield back.
Thank you. Let's see. I take back what I said. So Sean, the point that we'll put in the chat, if you would make that would be wonderful. Then we'll have Stacy, and then we will have Marco.
All right, Anthony, which point?
It was something about
You chatted
subway.
me. Repeat what you said to me.
For the as far as the subway station?
Yes.
All right, yeah. So my building is the co-op that's adjacent to Lenox Hill on the east side of Lexington Ave, and we'd be more than willing to be able to cooperate with you guys. But you know, that's so. There's that as far as being able to try to to achieve some kind of a benefit for the community as far as the subway station. But And then I had a couple other continuation items, but I mean, really one of the biggest things that I had was it's just that it is a congested area. It's a crazy congested area already. And it's, tagging this on, you're going to end up losing, a lane on every side of the entire block, which is going to, narrow it down to, we've already got one lane when you're incorporating the parking lane. So on top of that, it's the feasibility of this is everything's against you, and it's just going to impact, it's going to negatively impact the entire area to several orders of magnitude beyond what it is now. So
thank you, Sean.
Yeah, and then a biggie is just
okay, Stacy.
Okay. Hi, thank you. So, basically this is a vanity project, and Lenox Hill should go back and plan a hospital renovation based on actual need, not on wants, that fits within the current and allowed zoning for this residential neighborhood. There isn't a way to shoehorn a 435-foot structure into a dense residential community. It's not a mere request for a variance. It would be destructive rezoning of our neighborhood, because the scale and density of the proposed tower, the proposed building, is in line with floor plates of several other large-scale commercial buildings in commercially zoned neighborhoods. This building doesn't fit in a neighborhood block in size or scope. And as other people said, bigger isn't better. And just because your current proposal isn't as large as your original proposal says really nothing. You're seemingly making accommodations to a proposal that was absurd to begin with. I am your neighbor. I am the community you keep referring to. This is not for the community, as you claim to care so much about. For the past 20 years, I've lived here, and Northwell has let some of their hospital buildings crumble and sit idle. Where have you been for the past 20 years? I have never seen anyone cleaning the sidewalks. It is rife with debris from your hospital. Just because you've been here doesn't mean you need to stay here. Additionally, to quote Mr. Dowling, the hospital from Crane's webcast in 2020, hospital is only one link in the chain of delivery of care. Everybody focuses on the hospital, but most care is not going to be in the hospital in the future. There is an expansion of outpatient ambulatory care, taking a lot of stuff that has traditionally been done in hospitals and moving them out into the community. Therefore, with the increase in external ambulatory services, this proposal is in essence already outdated as a facility for the future, and will even be more so before its anticipated 11-year completion process. So
that's
do
time.
Something as of right.
That's time.
Thank you, Stacy. All right, Marco.
Thank you, Anthony. The zoning resolution was organized to grow the city in an equitable, harmonious development with opportunities for all. In some cases, even when the zoning resolution installed several extra protective regulations to avoid any absurd disparities on this absurd proposal and protect the quality of life of the residents. But this proposal could build an insensitive, inhospitable, and oppressive building with a whole gorge on Lexington Avenue. It will break any zoning coherence and impact profoundly negatively on the life of these surrounding neighbors. This proposal is proposing an average floor area of 12.5 with more than 630,000 square feet extra and no affordable houses, but with an extra 0.5 floor area, and this developer could receive a subsidy loan too. On Lexington Avenue, the maximum height is 175 feet, and they are proposing 436, could form a brutal vertical wall, creating a gorge in the middle of the residential district, whose residents would live in a semi-darkness environment at the base of this oppressive wall gorge forever. Let me be very clear. I am not against generating jobs, investment, and services. This hospital could be shared this development with different neighbors. forming good and needed opportunities for other neighborhoods, and have a more equitable and fairer city for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Marco. I believe we have finally come to the end of comments. I suspect, Michelle, please.
Move to adjourn, but I want to thank everybody. The co-chairs were terrific, the presenters and the public, all good, but I think it's time to say goodnight. Is there a
I believe
second?
Ed has seconded, as has Marco. And with that, thank you. And thank you very much, Lennox Hill, for staying with us. Good night.
Yes, thank you, Lennox Hill. Thank you, everybody. Good night.